What are your expectations today?
Already today, there's going to be really tough matchups. Many of the first boards are already playing against tough FMs and IMs. I expect that today we're going to see a really good amount of tough games, many more draws than yesterday. Yesterday, basically, most of the favorites went through. And of course, the main focus will be on Lenier Dominguez's game, which has just started. If he wins today, he gets those points he needs to go to the candidates. Ketty.
He will get these points. He needs so much. All the eyes will be on these games, not only from this tournament's perspective, but also the whole chess world right now is following. Everyone actually follows this tournament to see what's going on, who will qualify to the candidates. Is it Vasiliso or it will be Lenier Dominguez? We're gonna know very soon about that, Michael. And we can see that players have already started the games and made first moves.
Yes.
So let's bring up the top boards on the screen and take a look how the players are doing. If we have all the players at the table, there we go, the first board.
We can already see the first board there. We can see Lenier Dominguez on the right of our screen. He is playing against quite a strong player, Sujavash Lada, from the United States, from the same country as Lenier, although probably with a background from another country because of the surname. But he is playing under the flag of the United States with the white pieces. They probably know each other. He has a rating of 23-37, a strong player, a very strong player with the white pieces. And Lenier really needs to win today because, as we were mentioning in our interview, in our broadcast yesterday, he does need to gain at least 2 points. 3 or 4 would be on the safe side, of course. And he also does need to fulfill at least 5 rounds of the 9. So in that sense, he really needs to start off with a win to try and to press. His opponent is quite young. I'd say he's probably between the 16 and 18-year-old range. And you can also see behind Ketty that the arbiters are actually performing a lot of fair play checks, which is something that I think many of the top tournaments we will be seeing this much more often, because not so much to catch a cheater, but more importantly to let the rest of the players feel safe while they're playing their games and knowing that everything is under control. This doesn't surprise me in a tournament of such a category as Sunway Sitges. What do you think Lenier is, his body language, what does it tell you here?
He's looking around right now, thinking a little bit about his position with the black pieces. That's a bit of challenge. His opponent is a dangerous opponent, very young. FIDE Master strong enough to be a really scary opponent for him. With his leather jackets, he's very focused. I think he looks very nice.
We saw him at lunch today.
Yes.
He was calm and relaxed, having dinner with his longtime second Tutselov. And of course, already thinking about the game. Maybe he is slightly surprised with the 6th move of his opponent. I'm sure our colleagues on the technical side will bring up the game very quickly. The first board between Lada and Lenier, because Lenier has for many years played the Nachtdorf, the Sicilian Nachtdorf, and his opponent has just gone rook to g1, which is a very weird move unless you get a small explanation of what this move is about, because if not, you wouldn't understand why white would play rook to g1 in such a position. So if we could get the board
before
on the
we
screen.
get the board, actually we got it right now. I wanted to call out for today's pairings,
of course,
to check it out. What else is out there on the top 10 boards that we're gonna focus today. So here we have the pairings today.
Nice.
Shub Lada against Dominguez on the first board, and then it magically disappeared from our screen, and we have a beautiful palm of the Sitges. There we go. Lysenko Kirill, the second-seeded player, will take International Master Rakesh Kumar. We do have then International Master from France, Anthony Bono against Aravin, who won his game yesterday on the third board. We had a bit of...
There was a mix-up. We have to ask for excuses for that mix-up.
Right.
The board wasn't corresponding, and we were thinking that he was playing under the radar and probably at a bad level, and simply the board wasn't the correct one.
That is right. And then we have Voldar Murzin, who had very longest game yesterday out of the top players. He will play against international master Peter Moser from Germany. And we have hundreds of boards. You can read out all of these.
Of course.
Michael, we can see here the ratings and the titles. And for instance, what I see right now is the board 8 Sasi Kyrian against David Proust, another dojo member.
Who is an international master in his own right.
That's very interesting game.
And of course, just looking at these pairings, we can see 2 or 3 facts that stand out. For example, nearly all the players, well, basically all the players have international master or above titles, and a couple of strong FIDE masters. This is just the second round of the Open. I mean, you're not used to seeing this in Open tournaments, but here there are so many tough players that already in the second round. For example, I can see Mendonca playing with Anastasia Rakhmangulova, who defeated me in Formentera. She's a very strong player. And for example, Axaides against Henriquez or David Pruitt against Sicilian. These are already tough games.
Very tough game, very interesting.
Also, many Indian players already in the first boards. I think there's 7 or 8 of the first 20 players are Indian. So a very big and strong Indian contingent coming here to play the tournament of Sunway.
That's right, with more than 70 participants here at this tournament. And also, Michael, it is worth to mention that one of the top boards, 4th seeded player, Jules Moussard from France, Grandmaster, just joined the tournament yesterday due to some flight issues. He couldn't make it in the first round, so his opponent got the plus in the game, and today he is starting the tournament.
He's back in the event.
On the board.
It's not as if he lost yesterday. Yes, it's not as if he lost yesterday, which some people could think he's lost. He didn't play the game. Starts on board 88, which is actually outside of the main venue. He's playing in the secondary venue, but I'm sure he'll win a couple of games and get back into the mix. And taking advantage of that, we can mention now that the biggest upset yesterday, as I was saying, most of the top players won their games, but FIDE Master, IM Elect 2460 player, Rajat Nakhar, I think he's from Belgium, at least the flag, I think it's Belgium. He lost his game against a 13-year-old girl from Uzbekistan. Her name is Diana Singsik. So that is a real upset. We were even surprised about the result and not totally sure if the result was correct or not, because we did have some issues. But in fact, the 13-year-old won against, and this is a huge mess-up, because of course, a 1900 player, only 13 years old, to defeat practically an international master player in the first round, a big result yesterday, a big surprise.
Big surprise indeed, and very nice surprise for her. Such a start of a day. You guys, we are in Sitges, very close to Barcelona in Spain, and today we already had some part of the events going on. We had some chess masterclasses, cooking masterclasses, and now it starts to focus on chess. Outside is really windy, really windy. You can even see very big waves. This is the footage from today's view from the beach, so it is a perfect moment for us to dive very deep into the chess analysis.
I see what you did there.
Chess analysis and focus. This is so comfortable moment, you guys at home. Make yourself feel like this is the tournament you want to watch, and those are the games that you're gonna learn so much about chess. So greetings from us to YouTube and Twitch channels to you guys, and let us know if there is any of the players that you are supporting in particular. And I think it's time to bring the chessboard on the screen and start to understand what is happening on the first
Especially in the first board of Lenier, because it's a very interesting situation. So as we can see, Lenier is actually thinking now, different from yesterday when he played his moves very fast and it was his opponent was thinking. Today, he's in deep thought, and that is because his opponent has played the move Rook to G1. So if we go back to the start, they're still playing moves, we can quickly check. So Lenier played the Sicilian defense. He's used to playing the Najdorf. He's a very good Najdorf player for many years. His opponent went with the open variation. And now, White has so many different options here. The main options, of course, are bishop to g5, as you know, Ketty, bishop to e3, bishop to e2, many different options. But instead of going for one of these, let's say, mainstream options, his opponent played rook to g1, which is a move which I know is theoretical. I know it has been played quite often, but it's not a move that's so easy to understand. Now, the idea behind rook to g1 is to advance the g-pawn and initiate an attack on the king side. That's the main idea behind the move. Of course, that doesn't mean White can never castle on the king side. That's why it's a bit different than the other move here, which a lot of players do, which is h3, which also has the idea of advancing on with g4, but it still leaves White the option to castle if he decides to castle. After moving rook to g1, White is basically committed to playing for the attack and going at some point long castling. At this moment, Black can choose between playing e5, which is the move that Lenier has chosen. He can also play e6, and he can even go with g6 to go to a dragon variation, which could be interesting. So Lenier took a bit of a think here. And normally when a player such as Lenier, such strong as Lenier, takes a think, it's not because he doesn't know what to do. It's because he's thinking, what has my opponent prepared for this game, and what type of position do I want to play against this rook to g1? Do I want to go e5? Do I want to go dragon? So he took a few minutes, went for e5, hitting the knight. His opponent dropped back with the knight to b3, and now he went for h5. Now this move is clearly directed to prevent White's g4. But of course it's a risky move, because now Black will have more trouble casting on the king side, and also White can put the bishop on g5, which is a very nice square for the White bishop now. His opponent went pawn to h3, controlling the square on g4, and maybe going for g4 later on. And Lenier played bishop to e6, which normally means he wants to break in the center with d5. And now his opponent went queen to f3, which develops a piece, controls d5, and maybe he's pretending to bring the bishop out and at some point do the long castle. And I think the position is like this. Here is the correct position, and Lenier is thinking on his move. Do we have information on the correct position of all these lines?
Yes,
What have you
actually. So there have been some games played, Michael, in this position, and very interesting statistics that seems like Black is the one who is scoring more points here. And there is an equal number of the draws and wins for White. And what I have, this is the online database of chess.com. It says that 50% of Black here, Black pieces wins this particular.
That's quite big. That's quite big.
It is really big, really big.
Of course, we'd have to see if it's more bullet games or blitz games or whatever, but it still seems quite a high percentage.
Seems to be quite pleasant to play here with Black, and the moves that has been played here. There are two moves: bishop to e7,
sensible
to avoid bishop g5, not to be so painful, and knight b to d7 with the same idea to make sure knight on f6 will not be stressed out.
Very sensible moves.
To develop the knight on d7 and perhaps to play normal Sicilian position as you usually
Both of them very sensible moves. However, I do think that Lenier, maybe he already knows this is a theoretical position, but he might be considering if he is able to play d5 here or not, with the idea that after pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, and if he was able to get this position, I think he'd be quite happy. We'd be actually very, very happy if he could play d5. So he's probably considering, can I go d5 here, or has my opponent prepared queen to f3, which was played very fast, and has something prepared against d5, which maybe, for example, if he goes d5, which is the Sicilian breakthrough, maybe White can go bishop g5 or other moves, creating a different imbalance. I think that's what Lenier is considering now. The computer suggests that d5 might not be the best move, But in any case, it's a logical move that Lenier has to think about, and that's why he's taking a bit of time. What I will say that his opponent surprised Lenier in the opening. That's for sure. That's
It is surprising for him, and I also like how his opponent here is observing him time to time. He's looking around, and then for some moment he's just looking at him, at his face, at his eyes.
As well. I noticed that.
This is so memorable moment for him, right? It is just the beginning of his chess career, and he's playing against a person who can play at the chess candidates
from the same country.
Yeah.
An idol, probably for him, one of the top players of his country, and knowing that this game means so much for the other player. But of course, it also means a lot for him. He'd like to win. Lenier just played h4. Now, this move is strong, and obviously the idea behind is to hinder g4, when now we could capture en passant and leave white with some weaknesses on the king side. So a good move by Lenier. Computer says the position is more or less equal, and I'm sensing that by the face of the opponent, I'm sensing that this move has not been part of his preparation. That's what I'm sensing. Of course, I could never know, but I'd sense that now he'll probably think, should I go bishop to g5? Should I go bishop to e2? Should I push on with g4 or not? Maybe even should I go knight to d5? He has to think a bit. I'd say bishop g5. What does the computer say? What is the
computer? Not very impressive. Bishop d2 move.
Bishop d2, sensible, just developing. It's funny that instead of going to g5, he would prefer to go to d2. That's something that it's hard for me to grasp why it would be better to put the bishop on d2 instead of going to g5, which looks much more active.
Right, and when I make bishop g5 move, then it's changed the evaluation a little bit, and now bishop g5 is more likable move. So the engine has a little bit busy day today. It's lazy still, to work.
Both are very reasonable moves, but for the body language of both players, I think Lenier, of course, if he has to win with black, nothing better than an unbalanced middle game in the knight-off. You can't really get much more than that. His opponent could have tried the Alapin Sicilian, you know, these very solid lines that are not easy to win with black. With an unbalanced knight-off, you have all the options to go for a win. So things are looking good for Lenier, at least after the opening.
Yep, and he is trying to relax a little bit, looking into the other side of the playing venue right now and checking the other players. We talked a lot about the streamers side of the playing venue. We do have five boards where we have 5 players, and they have their spatial area where they can bring their equipment, even phones, and here we have them on the screen. They can actually stream their own games.
Today we have the curtain closed. That's funny. Maybe because there's a lot of wind outside, or yesterday, remember, the curtain was open and we had the chance to see because this is the streamers area, no? with the blue background. However, 2 of the games are not functional. That's funny.
True.
Maybe they've changed the board because of some technical issue, possibly.
And those windows are covered, actually the curtains are covered next to it. There are 2 reasons for that.
Lighting issues for the cameras,
Yeah, because all the streamers we can see now, the phones are from this side, which means that then the
so it's probably
sun
a lighting
is
issue
hitting,
then,
I don't know, okay, there is a person there going on.
She's going to the board, and the other board must be in progress, but maybe they're not sitting down at this moment.
Yeah.
So the cameras are focused on the left, and so they've probably closed the curtains because of lighting issues. It makes a lot of sense.
There is another thing, you need agreement from your opponent to live transmission your game.
That is true. And if the opponent doesn't agree, well, maybe they decide to go to place. Well, who knows? We'll find out. There's no big deal. But this is very important because these 5 players, they're participating in the tournament with the same rights and obligations as the rest of the players, but they stream their games live to their followers. And Ketty, some of these players have thousands of followers. So at this precise moment, the tournament is getting a huge reach, not only of the official commentators with top-level commentary, but looking at the games of their idols, people who follow these players day to day, and players of all levels. I mean, Kosta Kwiatkowski is international master, but Alexandra is 1900, so you don't really have to be a top player. You just need to be engaging in your streams, as you well know, because you're a good streamer as well.
Yeah, I never streamed though my own chess game because it is very difficult, and we have to actually shout out to all these people who are putting so much efforts to deal with all the tech issues and stream for their viewers and their supporters these games. It is really tough. It is really tough, but for love of the sport and for love of the chess, it is possible, but it's not possible for every tournament. It's like few tournaments that we have. So this is a spatial corner. Now we can see 4 players, 4 streamers. All of them are women. There is actually we had Kostia Kwiatkowski yesterday from Chess Dojo, but he was not streaming. Another reason might be that he's now back to his actual game, as he's not live transmitting his own game. So it makes no sense to be sitting.
Of course, if he's not streaming, then he'll be paired and sitting on the normal standard boards. That could have been the reason. So we can see 4. There's Jules Gambit, there's Samanova, Alexandra Prado, and the 4th name, I'll try and come up with it.
Mirza.
Frinzi, maybe?
No, she's not streaming.
Oh, okay. Because there's other streamers, but they're not streaming their games, no?
Yeah.
Also, to be a streamer, you have to accept the fact that you're going to be watched by many people at the same time. Not everyone may want to deal with the extra pressure that gives, knowing that if you make a mistake or you do something wrong in the game, this is something you also have to take into account. So it is difficult. It is tough to do this, and that gives them much more. It's exciting, but
Mirza
it's also...
Diana is another person, Michael.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so
she's playing now on 166 board. She lost her first game, and today she's playing against Akos Kosmor, and this is the opponent of Dominguez first round.
Okay, the first round.
Yeah.
Not a bad player, but got caught in the opening. So I think at some point we can take a quick look at 1 or 2 of these games and maybe see how they're progressing later on. But I think we should go back to the top boards. And of course, Lenier, we've left him with H4. The opponent, I do have Bishop to D2 on the screen, but maybe that's my move. Let's just check. No, he played Bishop G4. G5, which seems more logical and sensible. And the game was equal. We'll wait.
Right.
We'll wait a bit to see what happens here.
Michael, we're streaming on YouTube and Twitch, so we are encouraging everyone to let us know if you have any questions or your thoughts about these games and tournaments and so on. And in one of the chats, we do have Jim Solver, who is actually a grandmaster himself from Poland, and he says that Rook to G1 is a nice and simple line. That can be quite suitable here for white to play against Dominguez, to go really smooth variation, not too much of complication, because this is Sicilian line and we know how ugly it can get sometimes. So with that, he might want to go slowly, but more stable.
More stable, not create so many tactical options too early in the game, no? Yeah. This is correct. Of course, in that case, you could also play lines such as Bishop E2 and castles, simple lines. No? So I think Rook G1 also may be part of the preparation of this young FIDE master. So we'll see how this develops. Computer says the position is more or less balanced. But as I said, I think that Lenier will be more or less happy with the outcome of the opening. I'm thinking he'll go for Bishop to E7. And his opponent, at some point, will knock off the knight and go for long castle and try to control the d5 square and just play a sensible, calm, developing game and see what progresses just a bit later. I don't think he could do anything else than long castle because the king just can't stay on e1 the rest of the game, and short castling is impossible. So it makes sense to go onto the long castle, and there'll be the classical Sicilian fight for the d5 square. Yeah. Okay, so let's leave Lenier here pondering his next move. I can see one interesting thing the viewers can see now is that Lenier, his hands, I think his middle index finger is in his ears. That's something I used to do as well, and I do it when I play as well. I use my index finger to shut out the environment and sound, and try to find a sort of safe space in my head where you don't hear anything. It's like this sensation you have when you go in a plane and you don't hear anything because you've looked. So a lot of players do that, and I think he's doing this now to get to this high level of concentration for his move. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, is he
Also,
cold?
also
Is there some flu situation?
he had something in his hand. Yes.
All right, when you are traveling from one continent to another, that's such a long way.
He might be dealing with
you might
some
deal with
issues,
some,
with some jet lag. That's the other thing. He did come 2 or 3 days before. Of course, these are top-level players, Ketty, who are used to jet all around the world. So I do think their bodies and their techniques are a bit better than the rest of us who hardly ever do this, no? But to come from the United States, which is such a long trip, only 2 days before, it's already a tough deal.
I think our producers like to get some of the reactions from us with sometimes showing up the background. This is a moment right now. It is almost 5 p.m. here in Europe, and sun is going down.
The sunset in Sitges is wonderful. I can see it. Well, I mean, this is unbelievable just to see it behind. And it only happens once a day, but it's very nice when it happens. So take advantage. And of course, as I said yesterday, if you're in Sitges or if you're in Barcelona and you're a chess fan, pop around. A couple of my friends came today. They didn't even tell, they just came around, and they're having a look at the games. They take one of the master classes, they have a drink in the bar, and they just enjoy an afternoon of chess in Sitges. So even if you're not playing,
fantastic.
It's a good
fantastic place. I want to come here every edition. So we want to have this edition, Michael. Imagine the 13th edition of Sitges, and it will be so old by the time.
I've been coming here for 7 years already, so I'm one of the regulars in here.
Good, yeah.
And as you know, we went to Formentera, which is the other tournament Sunway does. So they actually do very good tournaments. If you're a foreign player looking at this stream, check out the dates for next year. It's normally always these dates of December, and you really enjoy because the weather is not great, but it's very good, considering you were telling me in Poland it was -10 in Poland. I mean, here we're 13, 14 degrees, even 20 degrees during the day. So it's a nice tournament to play. Good atmosphere, very good players. 2 groups. We said yesterday there's the A group, which is very strong, but there's a B group as well. So if you're rated 1800 or 1700 or just 1600 and you want to play, you can come as well. Play in the B group, a more relaxed, calm environment, and enjoy in the morning the master classes and the Spanish omelette class.
Ooh,
like this
today
morning.
we have that. And you guys, if you say, no, at that time of the year I'm busy, then there is another tournament in spring, different place, island, very beautiful place. And that's, if you also like to maybe party sometimes in Ibiza, that's possible, because another tournament happens in Formentera, beautiful island, just about half an hour trip by the boat.
It's a boat. It's
Ibiza.
a 20-minute boat to Ibiza. Yeah,
Yeah.
Very, very nice, and one of those special places in the world to enjoy a nice tournament, a nice environment. If you want sun and chess, Spain is the place to come for sure. So should we check?
It's a good writing, but I think we have to get back to the chess
moves.
part of the tournament. Michael, I do have a suggestion to check out the board 10. There is Saturaman against Arthur Lucas, because this is going to be very soon a very, very cleaned up endgame. They have traded so many pieces. We need to catch up with this game on time, because maybe they will finish very soon.
Let's go very quickly through the game. We're talking about a game on board 10 between Grandmaster Sethuraman and FIDE Master Lucas. Lucas is playing very fast. Sethuraman has taken a bit more time. And the game was Petrov defense, as you know, with this very weird knight takes e4. We used to say that this was a bad move, a blunder, because of the trick. If the knight moves back, then we have a discovered check. However, there's been developments in this line, and the main line, which is like this, black sacrifices a pawn for the initiative. But white has to know what he's doing. If not, black can get a good game. And for now, if I remember rightly, one way to go was to sacrifice the pawn back with knight to c3. That's what I normally do. And the other way to go was to play bishop b5 and knock off the knight and try and hold the pawn, but that's a risky proposition. Sethuraman goes for the solid. He just gives back the pawn and goes for the development. Now, in my files, I have here bishop to f4 as my main line. When bishop to d6, I seem to remember to play bishop to g3 or something similar and then go knight to b5. But Sethuraman went knight to b5 straight away. So let's see what happens here. He attacks on c7. It's a very dangerous threat. His opponent checks and drops back. I thought he goes c3, bishop to a5. So he proposed the exchange of bishops. But now both players have their king misplaced. This is what we were seeing before on the screen. Okay, white is still very slightly better. But as you said before, this could easily peter out into a draw if white doesn't make some concrete advance. What do you think about this position?
It's a very interesting position. I would say that white is slightly pleasant, has slightly pleasant position because the pawn chain on the king side somehow limits the knight on g6, and for the moment I don't really see a good square for this knight. White's knight can get on d4, then later on e6, for instance. Bishop can get on g2 and on this long diagonal. And black has to also find out the square for the king, because right now the king is on d8.
Yeah.
And in between the rooks, maybe something like c6 king to c7 at some point, but this gives up d6 square to white's knight. So because of this reason, I would prefer here to play with white position. I also like very much to play end games just like this, when it's like equal position.
Equal, but just a bit
Your
better.
opponent thinks it's like draw already, but there is a big difference between draw and equal.
I agree with you completely, Katy. I am totally in agreement. I mean, you've defined the position perfectly well. It's exactly what you said. I really can't say anything else except that I would think if I prefer to put the king on c3 or on c1, but white is better here. And as you say, if black were able to play c6 and king to c7 and maybe put the rooks in the center, then we would think of the chance of going for a draw. But he still has work to do. He still has work to do. The computer gives a solid 1 point advantage for white, which is quite a lot. And this is what you get if you play these offbeat lines against a player who is very well prepared. And Sethuraman, he's a 2650 player. He used to be very near 2700, a very strong player. You won't catch him in surprise with this sort of line. So it's going well for white on this board.
Yeah, what really surprises me in this game is also the black's time situation, 1 hour and 32 minutes. So he was blitzing out all these moves.
Of course, for him it's theory, and Sethuraman probably knows the position, but has to just think a bit more on the precise moves. But if you blitz out your moves to end up in a clearly worse position, is that the way to go with black? I don't think so. He'd probably, for a blitz game, maybe yes. But for a classical game, at this level, if you want to defeat a grandmaster, you really need to have a more solid approach with this, a more mainstream repertoire. But of course, this is a learning for him. He'll learn, and maybe on the next occasion, he'll go for something different.
Yeah, that is a true.
Always learning experience.
Actually, as the day is starting, some of the games will be very interesting. I would suggest to go board 4.
Board 4, okay.
Yeah, board 4. We can go with the games,
With the games here.
Board 4, here we have Voldar Murzin against Peter Meister, and it is very interesting pawn structure, right?
Okay, board 4 yesterday was the board that was giving us issues. So before we start analyzing, I would really like our friends in the technical team, if they could screen in to zoom in to this board to make sure the position on the board corresponds with the position on the chess.com board, because remember yesterday the position was
double checking.
So we're closing in. It does look like the same position. Yes, there's triple pawns on the F file. Yes, we're definitely talking about. So this is great, because you remember yesterday this was the board that was giving us certain problems. It was the Murzin game as well. We couldn't really follow it from some point onwards. No, so Murzin is playing with the white pieces, Volodar, I think he's 16 years old, vice champion of the world. He was second in Italy, as you mentioned yesterday. And today he plays with the white pieces. This looks like a French, Rubinstein, but let me check. Yeah, it's a French, and it is the Rubinstein variation. D takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop e7, and here black has the solid barrier. Bishop takes f6 line, or to capture with the g-pawn and go for the double-edged variation with double pawns. It's quite good, but not easy to play. Knight to f3, f5, both options are valid here. I personally play knight to c3 always, but some other players play knight to g3. So Volodar went to knight to d2, that's a new one for me. But the idea will be to reroute the knight to e5 or to go to b3, depending on what black plays. So black went c5 directly, hitting the center, capture, capture, and bishop to d3. I think he just wants to play queen to e2 and maybe castle long or castle short and just try and get a game. So I think this is the position where they are now.
Was there a queen b6 move?
Yes,
possible?
it would have been now. It would have been now.
In this position.
Here, let's consider what would have happened playing
Because
for
it's
a
a
double
double
attack,
attack,
here
yeah.
and here. What can
Castle
we
or
play
queen
here?
e2 looks both quite nice to me.
That would be normal. Another possibility, but I have to calculate this, is to go knight to c4. Because in a very similar position, in another variation, you play knight to c4, you hit the queen, and when he goes to f2, you play king to f1, and sometimes the bishop is trapped on f2. So we can check if this is possible. Knight to c4, bishop takes on f2, we play king to f1, and of course the computer runs up. There is no way to keep... Okay, we still have queen to c5, but I'm thinking that maybe just b4 here, and you have to say goodbye to the bishop. So these tricks are available in this position, and that's why he probably didn't play queen to b6. But of course, castle would also be, and sacrifice the pawn would also be very good. But if this works, this is the move to do when... I've seen this structure before in the French defense, and knight to c4 can be very dangerous. So he went knight to c6, queen to e2, and the move is on his opponent, Peter Meister from Germany, a FIDE master. And let's see what he's going to do. But I think Volodar has a position which he'll enjoy playing. He can go long castle. There are some weaknesses on the king side. Black doesn't have a safe position for the king on the short castle because white can easily open up the position and go for the attack. So it's actually black's turn to try and find a way to put his king in safety, possibly on the king side, and finish his development. And it's not easy. So I'd say white has a comfortable edge here in this position, Kitty. Look, he just played. I think he played queen to f6. Yes, that seemed logical because he develops the queen, attacks the pawn on b2, and I'm thinking that if white castles long, he just wants to play bishop to d7 and hopefully, get his king on the queen side. If he's able to do that, he does have the bishop pair, which might allow him to try and equalize the game. So we'll have to come back here later and see how this one develops.
Yeah, looks very interesting game, and we might have some serious attack starting on the queen side at some point in this game. We can actually take a look what is happening on the other top boards, and here we have the board 2, Kirill Alisenko against Kumar Rakesh. Seems to be an interesting game.
Okay, so here we have a typical e4, e5 position. Probably this appeared from the Italian game. You can quickly check back and go through a few moves. You can do this at the start of the game, and then we have to stop doing this when we get a bit further. This is the Italian game with d3, a3. These are modern lines trying to sidestep theory. Knight f6, very sensible, h3. It's funny, Ketty, because when I was young, and I'm sure this happened to you as well, one of my teachers was always telling me, don't do too many pawn moves in the opening, especially on the side of the board. And this was something that, you know, I really had as a basis, a fundamental, no? Not to do too many pawns. But nowadays with the computers, these pawn moves appear more frequently. And you never know if it's a move that prepares an attack or if the player just wants to prevent some pin or some knight g4. Okay, so black played also
point.
h6, bishop to e3, castle, and in this case, black allowed the swap of the bishops on c5. Knight to bt2, queen to e7, short castle, and this is the position, the actual position on the board, the current position. And of course, one piece has been exchanged. The pawn structure of black is very slightly damaged, but very slightly damaged. And in these positions, at least I would try and see what I can do in terms of pawn breaks to open up the game for my pieces. And I can see two, basically. b4 could be one, seems hard to do. f4 could be the other, opening up the game for my rook. So I'm not sure what Alexenko will try, but I'm thinking that maybe moving the knight away and breaking with f4 could be an option. And the other option could be to play rook e1 and knight f1 g3 or something similar. But I think black's doing okay in this position, Ketty. And also look at the time. Rakesh has played all his moves in basically 7 minutes. So
so far what we have seen, all the lower rated players in the matches are blitzing out all the moves, and the ones who have a lot of rating, they are thinking more. It's not because they are struggling with the position, it's because they want to choose the safest way not to even get the draw in this position. The draw might cost them a lot of rating points.
They need to make sure which is the approach they need. Also, they might be more or less familiar with the nuances of the position. Alexenko did play a3 and h3. That takes the opponent totally out of theory. I mean, I'm sure there's not many games with a3 and h3 in this position. So he needs to think generally what type of positions appear without a3 and how can he take advantage of having played a3. So these are things he's pondering now. He seems quite calm. The position is equal. And he can outplay his opponent if he is able to find a good plan and make the best decisions. But I think black is totally fine here. b6 could be an idea. The rook can go to d8. The bishop can go to e6 or to b7. Black has a very comfortable game here.
Yeah, I agree with
We'll definitely pop back later on and see if Alexenko has been able to unbalance at some point the position.
Yeah, we can actually, meanwhile, take a look at the third board and check it out how Arvin is doing against Anthony Bornell. So here we have this position, and now we have the opposite.
The other way around.
The time.
The other way around. So I played with Aravent in Formentera, and we played a Maroczy. And he told me that he was playing it also with black. And now he has a Maroczy with black, so he is familiar with these type of structures. But as you said, the blitzer today is Aravint. And his opponent, Antoine Bordeaux from France, he's playing it safe, he's thinking a lot of time. We can go quickly through the game, just to check on the moves. It started off with a normal Bogo-Indian defense. We don't normally see this at high level. I have this one in my repertoire and play it occasionally, but at higher levels, we're not seeing this much. So Carlsen played it twice in the last Olympiad. I remember he won one of the games, and I actually enjoyed seeing him play. Carlsen plays everything. I mean, he's so good. Yeah. Okay, knight to d2 is one of the possible moves to prevent the check. And of course, these players don't like giving up their bishop pair. e4, d6. I think d5 is also possible. So Aravint plays it safe this time. He's playing a bit weird, this position, I have to say. Look at this, Ketty. He plays d6, leaves white the full center, and then drops back with this knight. He's playing it very, very weird. Very weird. I'm not saying it's incorrect. It's probably more than correct. But it's not the way I would usually play. And in fact, if I were white here and my opponent plays knight to d7, I would probably play knight to b1.
To get the knight in a better
Get the knight
place
to
on
c3
c3.
and tell him, look at my position. Do you enjoy playing against 3 pawns in the center?
Well, what can be the idea here for black to take the knight on d7? One way is to open up the f file and then to somewhere push this pawn forward. So, for instance, in the same positions as like white castles here, for instance.
Let's say castle.
Black goes with c5, and if white goes with d5 here to
D5.
close the center, perhaps here black can consider either to take on d5 or to play e5.
Let's play e5 and then go to f5.
F5,
Yeah, that could be an idea. But even so, it seems a bit far-fetched to... I think he goes back with the knight. He wants to do one of these shots, that's for sure. I was thinking that maybe to put the bishop on f6 at some point. But even so, Kitty, the idea behind it is clear, but it's a bit weird.
It's very
a bit weird. I mean, he could have played possibly c5 straight away. Of course, he did have to worry about the move e5. This may be a threat that he didn't want to deal with. So he said to himself, okay, I just move the knight back. I would have played knight b1 and knight c3. But I know this is an idea which is theoretical.
How about here, e5, c5 looks very tempting, but how about d5 move too?
Maybe.
Can this be an idea? So if you take double twice on d5, then I'll get this knight back on f6 and we'll capture with the knight.
That would be, this would be very, very good.
Knight f6.
Just to go back here, this would be very good. You're getting the pawn back and also maintaining a very good blockade on d5.
So white has a nice left pawn, and this seems to be a very nice position for both sides, actually. And instead of taking on d5, if white goes with e5 here in this position...
Maybe to close.
Yeah, maybe here black wants to play f6.
Maybe
so
f6
the knight
here.
is not under attack. And you want to take down the center right away.
Break open the center, yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. But of course, this type of situation, you need to calculate it. You need really to consider what will happen if he takes, what would happen if he advances, and also what would happen if I allow the opponent to capture myself. So it's something he has to consider. This option was perfectly valid, Kitty, perfectly valid.
Yeah.
I think it's a choice.
It's a choice,
It's unclear which is the best move. And of course, e5 is possible, d5 is possible, c5 is possible. It depends on the choice and on the type of position that Aravin wants to play.
I agree. Actually, he played
he went for e5. And of course, as you said before, if d5 now, then he has a nice square for the knight on c5, and he can go for the f5, a bit like the King's Indian. That would be something he would enjoy. So, but his opponent would have a space advantage. Instead, his opponent played knight to b1. The move we were considering before. And of course he captured, and now he has some nice squares for his minor pieces, and I think black's okay here. Knight to c6, bishop to e3, bishop to f6, knight to c3, knight to c5, and this is the position on the board. And I would say that black is doing okay. Position is more or less equal, and I think that if white goes b4 here, I think that black will swap off a few pieces and then bring back his knight. Oh, there's a trick here. Knight to b3. Look, this is the trick that would be... Ooh. So there's actually tactical tricks in this position if white is not careful. And this is a forced variation. So it looks like black is doing okay. It was a bit weird, the knight maneuver, but finally it seems that he's doing okay and the position is more or less balanced.
Well, very often when you're playing this kind of weird moves, it actually burns a lot of time from your opponent's clock, and we can see that clearly.
Yeah, I mean, 132 against 51, that's 40 minutes of real time, plus an extra 7 or 8 minutes because of the increment. That's a huge amount of time. And if Aravin keeps a lot of pieces on the board, his opponent will eventually be in trouble. Actually, Aravin is not even sitting down. I mean, he's gone for a mini walk. But I would do the same thing. If I had the sun set behind me, I would probably also go for a small walk and enjoy the
I like very much to
sightseeing.
walk during the game, and this is some sort of like best way for me to think about the position even better, because when I'm sitting on the board, very often I'm only focused one or two ideas in line, and I am circulating again around it. Never comes additional idea when I'm on the board. But when I'm walking,
You get them
somehow my
sometimes?
brain
Okay.
actually gets more
Okay.
fresh air, and some nice ideas are coming in that situation when I don't see the board.
I think it's good. I think
Yeah,
it's good.
yeah.
If you're more or less comfortable in your position and you don't need much time of thinking on the board, go for a small walk. Look at other positions. Sometimes you see interesting ideas in other games, and you just keep them for yourself for other games. And also, your body, there's a certain circulation of energy in your body, which is good. Small walks, not too long.
Oh, I walked once
And
so
to get
much
back
that I
quickly.
got tired actually.
Yeah, you
When I
have to
sat down at
be
the
a bit
chessboard, I was
careful.
like, oh my god, what is this, guys? What are you doing? Look at this is the perfect moment. And I remember I have a photo with my brother when we were little kids, sitting on the on the beach and making photo like this. Oh, the other side.
It's where is it? I think it's over here. No, over here.
Where is it? Where is it? It's so confusing.
They love to show this background.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
nice.
it's
We've got it
beautiful.
just behind us. I mean, imagine we're playing here. I just turn around and see the sunset. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievably nice. I mean, you can't get a better way to do a chess tournament with this background behind us. So with Ketty next to me and this background, I mean, I want to come back to Sitges every year. So not to play. No, I prefer to commentate.
Oh, you're funny.
We have a
That was
window
actually
a
funny.
window on the right with the players.
The players have actually fantastic venue themselves on the top floor, because they
Yes.
have the fifth.
Yes.
We have the fifth floor.
We have
the
the fifth
whole
floor for the
fifth
venue,
floor, yes.
and the other groups are playing on the low floor, and in big and very nice venues. And of course, a shout out to the tournament sponsor, Chessable, the learning platform, the modern openings learning platform. They're based also in Barcelona, and they're a huge sponsor of the event, of the Blitz tournament, and it's one of the main learning platforms for openings. And actually many of the players, myself included, we check some of the Chessable opening lines before the games to go prepared and try and trick our opponent into some move order with one of the opening courses. So always
me
good to
too.
have important chess sponsors in the tournaments.
Absolutely, I agree with everything you mentioned. It's quite important to have a very strong support for the events like this, and we can actually repeat this every day. What is the motto of the organizers here? They want to treat every chess player, no matter what is their title or what is their rating, to feel that they are treated like a super grandmaster. So they have actually quite nice conditions and some snacks in each room, quite nice ones. Also some tea, coffee, water, whatever they need for energy, not to get too tired. And yeah, I'm sure that if you come here once, you want to come here
course.
second and more and more and more.
As far as I know, this is the only tournament, at least the ones that I've participated in, open tournaments that have this type of conditions for the players. And funnily enough, the organizer, Oscar, was telling me the first year when we put the sweets and the coffees and the drinks, we thought everyone would go there and would disappear quickly. But then players started seeing that they would put more afterwards, so then they started taking it calmly, and now it's just an extra thing some players use and many players don't, because it's there and it's free, and not all the hardly any tournaments give this option, and it makes players feel at home.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a grandmaster, but they're treating me like a grandmaster, and that's nice.
It's very nice. It's very nice. And look at this screen right now. We both somehow wear dark colors.
You're blending
it seems
in.
black, and
Blending
actually
in.
the background gets black as well. I think that's the sign from the nature to go in the playing venue and check out what's the situation right now. The full picture of the playing venue. This is the playing venue Group A we do have 300 plus players in this group. Overall, into groups, we have 400 and plus players from more than 50 countries.
More than 50 countries. That's unbelievable, the international representation we have in this tournament. 30 players with more than 2,500 rating, 6 players with more than 2,600 rating, of course, Lenier, Dominguez, the 2,700 player. 166 of the 329 players are title players. I mean, this is amazing. This is a tournament for the ages, one of the strongest tournaments in the world. But not only that, but as you can see, now everyone can see the screen. On the left upper side of the screen, you can see the sea with the wind. It's
nice.
just underneath. I mean, only Gibraltar has this sort of scenario where you can look through the windows and maybe get a glimpse of.
It looks like you are playing on a boat.
It looks like you're playing on a boat, and I have played on the boat actually.
Oh, nice!
So it's the cruises sometimes that you play on the boat, but of course, also as everyone can see, there are some boards displayed in the room.
Spain have really fancy life, yeah?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
sea
yeah.
everywhere, boat tournaments on the boat, or the tournaments in the hotel,
We're very
which
lucky
looks
to
like
have
a
good tournaments, yes.
boat.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
really nice.
But of course, as I was saying, the boards on the screen just have the positions and the last move, but in no case, in no instance, they will show any variations or any computer analysis, because this would be a breach of the fair play conditions. But it's nice to have the boards there. It gives a nice atmosphere for the rest of the players, and also it prevents spectators from barging in to see the top games, because they can look at the screen and see them there. So, but of course, as you were saying, this is the top venue where the main boards play, plus the streamers, plus 2 or 3 boards of the B group. But the rest of the players play on the lower venue, which is also very nice and very comfortable, but of course with no direct view of the sea.
Yeah, not the seaside view, like you have these upgraded versions of the rooms in the hotel. You pay more, you have better view, you play better, you're gonna have a better view in the Group A. Michael, I would like to suggest a game to analyze. This is getting very interesting. This is board 8.
Board 8. We haven't
and here
seen
we
this one
have
yet.
Sicilian against Prus.
Okay, this looks like a Najdorf as well.
Yes.
So let's go through it quickly and see the difference between this one and the game between Lenier. So Prus is one of the international masters of the chess dojo, as you mentioned before. And Sicilian, we saw yesterday, he played a very nice ending with the 2 bishops against the bishop and knight. He's a technical player, and he goes for the Karpov technical bishop to e2. One
Very
of the most
classical.
very classical, very solid. Plays knight to b3, and will obviously eventually go for a4 or f4, depending on the move order he decides to play. So he goes for rook e1. This is a slow way of playing. The idea is to play bishop to f1, defend the pawn on e4, and then go for the control of the d5 square. So Prus played bishop e6, already threatening d5. And after bishop to e3, I'm wondering, does this allow d5? Because in that case, it might be a mistake. No, he didn't play. I wonder why he can't play d5 here. Katie, normally in the Sicilian, if you can get d5 in, the computer says it's better for white, but I don't see a clear path to the advantage here.
I think this rook from e1 might change some details. The pawn might hang at some point. So if we just follow the line, let's say pawn
Let's
takes,
take the pawn,
knight takes.
take. Let's take with the knight again. Let's take with the queen just to try and go to
And bishop f3,
now
I think.
bishop f3. This is very nice, because now all of white pieces, although he's breaking up the center, I agree with you, all of white pieces are on very nice and stable squares with a lot of projection. This was a nice position, yeah. So d5 might be premature.
And there is one very interesting line too, Michael. If we go 2 moves back, instead of queen trade, if black here goes after bishop f3, e4 move,
Okay.
there might be some tactical issues here with bishop e4, queen e4, and bishop to c5. I don't know if that works, but we can consider this move.
Sacrifice
Seems
and then
like
get the bishop back. Let's see. Let's see. We're attacking the queen and we're attacking the bishop. It looks good. I don't see a clear
Bishop
refutation.
g4? No.
Bishop g4 would be unbelievable. I'm trying to
Queen d2.
understand what's happening here. Why does it give the computer such a big advantage? I'm struggling to see the idea. It must be something simple,
Rook
but I can't
d8.
see it. Rook d8, maybe. Maybe rook d8, but rook d8. Oh, of course, and if we sacrifice queen takes rook, bishop takes. No, but that would be good for white. Then he'd capture the queen.
If queen takes, oh, it's a check, yeah? Oh, it's a check, okay. Oh, not so clear, though.
It's funny because I think I'm getting the piece back, but the computer said black is fine here. So where to move the queen to generate
Queen
a threat?
h4.
Maybe queen to g6.
Queen h4.
Ah,
I
queen
somehow
h4.
didn't see that move.
Queen h4. Ah, okay. And the queen is defended
Yeah.
by the bishop. It was out of my radar. I just couldn't see it. I just couldn't see it. Very, very nice. But this is a move that can very easily escape your attention when you're doing the calculations.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now, of course, the win would be for black. So, of course, against e4, we have other options. We can go queen takes queen, or maybe some other possible moves. So, Prues went for knight to bd7. a4, controlling the b5 break. And Sasikiran playing very fast, so he knows what he's doing. Rook to c8. This could be with an idea of sacrificing the exchange and winning the center pawn. This is a theoretical idea. So bishop to f3 protects. Knight to b6 and knight to d2. Obviously, if we play a5, the knight gets to c4. So Sasikiran protects against knight to c4. And at some point, he wants to go a5 and then occupy the square on d5.
Yeah.
Some exchanges. Bishop to e2, rook to b4, and b3.
Yeah, that's
this is the
currently
position.
the position, yeah. Very interesting situation because, for instance, now the pawn on e4 is hanging. That's one thing. And the second thing is that black can also consider to attack on the c file, somehow starting with queen to c7, rook to c8.
It looks okay for black, but the computer says it's okay
position.
for white as well. The first thing we'd have to establish is why can't he capture the pawn on e4? Possibly because after the exchange of knights, I'd have to consider this with a bit more detail, but maybe after bishop to f3, the same move you suggested before,
Yeah.
we hit the rook, but we're also hitting the pawn on b7, and these tactics might end up in the favor of white. This is one idea. So he might not want to go for the pawn. So the other idea would be to try and put a bit of pressure on the c file, maybe with queen to c7 hitting the knight on c3. And here there are several moves. I'd really have to think hard and strong to see if it's queen to d2, queen to d3, knight to a2. There are so many moves here. By the way, Ketty, the rook on b4, it's not totally safe.
It is
It's
not
not
safe,
totally
no.
safe. A knight could land on a2, and this rook might have problems finding a square to go. So actually, it seems to me that Sasikiran has the position under control. Although it looks a bit weird, you know, these pawn moves, the threat knight to a2 keeps the balance for Sasikiran.
Very interesting.
We'll definitely come back to this position.
This is some sort of like game you want to analyze more and more.
Yeah.
If you play Sicilian with both
Yeah,
colors,
yeah, yeah.
this can be something like a study for everyone. Michael, I have a very interesting suggestion. Shall we go to the board 38?
38, okay.
Just a random board which looks quite tempting
Okay,
to
let's go down to 38.
see.
And the players would be...
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so it's Guillermo Ernesto. He won the Bullet Championship yesterday.
Yes.
And helped us with the Spanish omelette this morning.
Yes,
he was doing very
I
well.
started actually to cook the omelette. It went so wrong and bad.
He took over.
He took over and somehow I couldn't recognize it. It was so perfect.
Okay, but you're the cook. You're always posting cooking stories on Instagram. So what's happening here? No? But we had good fun. It was good
It
fun.
was so good,
It was,
yeah.
and then we ate the omelettes, and they were quite nice actually. So
Very nice.
too much food today.
But
And white is
something goes wrong here for him. With white, we do have Indian woman, FIDE master.
wow. This looks very dangerous.
Her rating is almost 2200.
Yep.
And
Vishvaza.
Yeah.
Vishvasha. Or Shavishva, because it's the other way around. And so do you want to check it very quickly? Because there's not many moves here. And this would be a major upset, like yesterday. Okay. So I played with Ernesto Guillen in the league game. And when I prepared for the game, I noticed that he plays the Janisch Gambit. Now the Schleiman or Janisch Gambit, which I think he did today, he played this against me. I went for d3. I had that prepared. He defeated me. He plays it very well. But it is a very risky gambit. So today he brought it out again. And let's see the preparation of the Indian player. She went d3. She's asked, of course, what happens here? Normally, black plays pawn takes pawn, and now knight to f6, and then bishop to c5. This is the theory. But if you don't play pawn takes pawn first, white does have the option of playing pawn takes f5. It's risky, but it's a pawn. But obviously he doesn't mind that because he thinks he can get the pawn back with bishop takes pawn. Castle, a6, hitting the knight, capture. And of course, if black can get the pawn back now, he's doing very well. But I suspect there's going to be opening.
Why he didn't capture instead of a6?
It's a good question. This must be theory. The only thing I'm thinking of is that if you capture straight away, white can play d4, and there is a threat of d5. So playing a6 first prevents that threat. But it is a tempi down on the other variation. So he captured first here.
Yeah. And
d4,
d4 is the move that looks
e4,
so tempting.
And now knight to g5. And now you're planting this knight here on e6. It's very dangerous, very dangerous. So black captures the pawn. He's only 2 moves away from consolidating and having a fantastic position. Only 2 moves away. But you need to be able to get in those 2 moves. And I think it's not in time because f3 opening up the position. Pawn takes, bad move. Queen takes, hitting the bishop. That's already a sign of defeat.
Bishop d7, the pawn on c6 is hanging.
Yeah, if you can't capture this pawn, then don't do this because of check, and the bishop would drop. And now
it's white
has a very, very good position here. Now he has to find the good moves because there's clear advantage, but black is playing bishop to e7 and castle. So you need to find the way now to win. Ideas. Queen to b3.
To stop.
Rook to e1 is an idea. Knight to c3 is an idea, but it's slow. So my candidate moves would start here with the queen to b3 for sure. That would be my first candidate move.
After queen b3, the game it can get very straightforward. There is a checkmate. D5 has to be played.
D5 is only move. Yeah. And now how to progress with the queen here and having provoked this. The main idea is that you have the e5 square for the bishop. But this doesn't seem so strong. It just looks good, but not crushing. So let's go back a move and see
can I suggest
what
idea?
Could be the move here.
For instance, if we can go with rook to e1 check.
Rook to e1 check.
And knight e6 to get the light square bishop off the board.
We knock the bishop. He has to capture here. But I suspect that Guillem will be very happy playing queen to f7 or queen to d7, getting the rook out and doing, this sort of artificial castling. At least he gets it out of the way.
In my mind, I was looking queen d7, rook f6. I think I had too much of this omelette today. I didn't see bishop was on e7 in my calculations.
No, I think there must be a crusher here, but because the computer is giving an advantage of a +4, but we don't have the compute lines. As everyone knows here, it's good to remember that we do see the lateral bar, which gives us the idea of who's better, but we analyze by ourselves. We're international master, women grandmasters. We try and give the human perspective, and if we make mistakes, that's what everyone does. So it's not a big deal.
Us guys.
So I think there must be a crushing move here, and it would be nice to try and find out which one that could be. So let me just think for 1 second. I saw another idea, but it doesn't seem correct. I was thinking of knight to h7, but I don't think that it shouldn't work normally in this position. Rook e1 and knight e6 we've seen doesn't work either. So bringing the bishop out doesn't seem so strong.
In the game, rook to e1 has been played and the bar drops down very fast, so that's not the move.
This is not the move, and that was the one that has been played, no?
Okay, I'm actually thinking, Michael, how about we distract this knight from f6 with knight d4? Then bishop e7 can be played.
Yeah.
Um,
And then change and check on h5, maybe. Doesn't
and
maybe.
then change and check on e1.
Okay.
We're forcing bishop to go back on e7.
Okay.
And you play bishop g5.
And then bishop g5. That looks good.
Oh, that's good.
That looks good. So we'd play first knight to here.
Yes.
He
Bishop
would-
e7
he would
is
bring the bishop
kind of
out.
forced, yeah.
Then we change. He takes back. But I think he's going to go to f7 with the king. Yeah, he'll hide here again. And we're better, but not crushing.
Yeah.
Again, better but not crushing. Computer went down. So we're missing a key move here. We're missing a move here that would really put black in big trouble. I was thinking of d5,
Yeah.
but it doesn't seem to be enough for me to really consider it. And what else could be here? What else do we have here? What else do we have here, Michael?
Oh, how about queen e2?
Queen e2
Bishop
check.
e7, bishop, rook f6.
Oh,
Pawn f6,
nice.
queen h5.
Very nice. So against queen e2,
Yeah.
he'd have to play queen
Queen
e7.
e7.
But then maybe we can move the queen somewhere else and threaten rook e1 afterwards.
Yeah, but after queen e7, the king side is
blocked.
Yeah, blocked for the
That would
moment.
be
So
very
if we
interesting.
if we move queen, for instance,
Let's
somewhere.
try queen e2 check. Just try to see what the computer says. Okay,
it's drawing
okay,
out.
okay. So your idea basically was if this move here,
Yeah.
then we sacrifice and we do checkmate. This is a
Mm-hmm.
lovely checkmate. Very nice. Very nice for the viewers to see. Ketty's idea, very nice checkmate, very nice. Of course, black would probably play queen to e7. And then I don't think we should exchange queens, but where to move the queen to threat maybe rook to e1, maybe not on this next move, but further on, no?
Maybe d3.
Maybe queen to d3, maybe queen to f2. This is a nice
the rook
idea.
e1
nice idea.
threats,
And
yeah.
this still gives us a very big advantage. So, but queen e2 is not so obvious. That's why she played rook to e1, which is the obvious move. It's not so obvious. I mean, after moving the pieces around, we can see it, but it's not so obvious as the...
You know what is this
main
kind
move.
of position when, for instance, very often people are, my students are asking me, okay, I solve puzzles very nicely, but when it comes to my own game,
Yeah.
I don't know, I don't feel when is the puzzle moment. So in this kind of situations, to me, this is a sort of puzzle moment here. If you have this setup at
Yeah.
home, your coach gave you this homework or the puzzle to solve, you will go through with all the process that we did right now and will eventually find queen e2 move because this looks very strong.
you need to use the...
But you have to calculate all these moves.
You need to use the candidate move solution and go through the different moves.
And you know this is the moment you are better here,
and try and find the line that wins. And you don't always do it. That's the thing. It's not so easy. That's what experience gives you. The experience to be able to play a lot of games and gradually develop this sense of the key moments of the game. I just saw another move. I want to show it to you because it might be cool. Look at this move. I just saw this move here. What do you think of this one? I was thinking queen to d3, which is a bit weird. But the idea is that if bishop to e7,
And
I was
that's
trying to go for this knight to h7 move here.
The checkmate into...
I'm not sure if this will work, but if it works, it's very nice.
I like it.
And if not,
I
at
like
least
it.
our queen is hitting a dangerous
Yeah,
square.
yeah, it's beautiful.
So if
bishop
bishop to
e7.
here, now maybe this move here. Now if he
Wow.
captures with the knight, he loses. But if he captures with the rook, we have two moves. Either the check or the capture, and then the I think this must be the move, queen d3.
Yeah,
very,
very
very
strong
difficult
one.
to see. We ended up seeing it, as we don't have the computer, by trial and error. You go from move to move, you see the different ideas.
Yeah.
That doesn't work, that doesn't work. It must be this one here. That's very difficult. A good position for my conference
study,
tomorrow.
yeah.
For my conference tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
I do my conference tomorrow, and I'll try and remember this position for the students who come to the conference. I think it's a very good one.
Very nice.
I'm going to write this one
and,
down. This was Ernesto against,
yeah,
which board
It's
was
a
this?
board,
Number 38, no?
38, yeah.
Board 38, tactics. A very nice position for a conference because it's not so easy to find the move there. It's actually very difficult. Okay, so this was a suggestion from one of our viewers, yes? To see this move, or
Queen
was No,
I don't
to
know.
go to this game or?
Oh no.
Okay.
I was looking for
You-
some
you-
interesting.
You called the position, okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So if you're viewing the show and you want to give us your suggestion, both as a game or if you want to have any type of questions, please leave them in the YouTube
Yes,
or in the
that's
Twitch, and we'll
right.
do our best to answer them in due time.
But unfortunately, due to the safety measures,
Yes.
the all the games that are in live are delayed. So
Yeah.
basically, right now we can see the live games, but it is very difficult
It's a
for
bit more
anyone
tricky,
else
yeah.
to check out the live games.
But it is necessary. The delay, Katie, is becoming necessary every time
Yeah.
more. It's unfortunate, but the level of the mobile computers is so good, and the easiness that someone could have to just check, not even ever after every move, just at a critical moment. And it's unfortunate, but we really need to implement these the
rules.
delay of the broadcast on one side and these scans that we've been seeing in the hall as a deterrent, so the rest of the players can feel safe. Because if not, you know what will happen in the end, Ketty? We won't have any more classical tournaments. There'll only be Blitz and Rapid. So in Blitz and Rapid, it's very difficult because there's not enough time to be able to do something like some cheating or something. And
Yeah.
we don't want to lose our classical games. So
No.
we really need
It's
to concentrate.
really nice, and
on the
many of
measures.
the chess players would answer if you ask the question which of the time control you like the most, classical,
They'll say classical,
rapid,
of course.
or blitz. Most of the professional chess players would say classical chess because
Blitz takes
this
less
is
time
different.
and it's fun,
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, we're not learning chess as a kid to play fast. We're learning to understand, to think, to delve into different variations, to grasp the beauty of a variation. You can't do this in Blitz. Blitz is intuition.
Yeah.
Rapid is a bit more. Rapid, for example, the thing is, it's not Blitz, but it's not classical. It's like something in between.
all of this time.
I prefer Blitz or classical, one of the two. Rapid,
yeah.
not so
in
much.
the middle, yeah.
Not so much.
It has
because-
actually some beauty. All of them has something, something very tempting. And also we have bullet game. We had a bullet tournament, by the way, yesterday here. Very first day, very first event for the players, and we had 7 title players. It's at 11 p.m. in
Yes.
the evening, playing chess more and more. chess.
1 minute game.
Yes.
It was 1 minute with 1 second.
Yes.
And the pieces were flying all over the place. But it was fun and it was new. Because I don't think there are many bullet tournaments in the circuit. So I'm going to put the position of Lenier just for one
first
last
words,
minute.
before we take our
And
first
we can go
break,
for a small-
we need to know what is
small break.
happening.
So we left the position before. Here, it was in this position here where Black had just played h4. Lenier's opponent played very sensibly, bishop g5. Lenier just developed the knight, very sensible. Long castle, we were expecting this move. And Lenier played bishop to e7, unpinning the knight and finishing his development. Now, of course, something to grasp here is that for the viewers, the rook can't move to do the castle because h4 would be hanging. So this is something that has to be dealt with. So I think Lenier will leave his king on e8 and progress on the queen side, start to do things on the queen side and leave the pawn there for enough time before deciding what to do with this king. So he played rook c8. Always there's the sacrifice on c3 to be worried about. Now it's not working. And bishop to c7. And this is the position. It's unbalanced. It's equal. And anything can happen here.
Oh, queen c7. Actually,
Just before, Black
Yeah.
could have a move here because the computer dropped down.
I thought it's about rook c3, pawn takes c3, knight e4.
Okay, so
But it's actually not working because bishop e7 hits the queen.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the idea to play queen c7 first.
maybe.
But then you can sacrifice
But
the
you can't
rook.
sacrifice- It's funny because, as you know, many years ago, there was this game between Movsisyan, grandmaster from Armenia, but by then he was playing in another country, against Garry Kasparov.
Kasparov, yeah.
And so Kasparov sacrificed the rook on c3, won the game, And then it was a game that went all over the world because it was a very important game. And he showed the strength of sacrificing the rook for the knight, doubling the pawns, not even winning the pawn on e5, and then just started to attack slowly, calmly, and won the game.
Yeah.
I remember he even put the knight on a4. And of course, Lenier knows this game, and many
He knows
others.
this game, yeah.
So maybe he was thinking of this, but he thought, I'm not totally sure. Should I do it? Should I not do it? Should I do it? b5 was another option, just trying to grab a bit of space on the king side. And knight b6 was another option. I think if you play knight b6, then you do threaten rook takes knight. Because then you can continue with knight to a4.
I love this.
But
Michael, what
we'll
the game you mentioned, Garry Kasparov's sacrifice here in Sicilian, rook c3 against Sicilian, is one of the last games, I think, of the video series that I was working with chess.com. And we covered all possible sacrifices when the opponent's king is castled. And all the sacrifices was like checkmate in few moves, maximum 5 moves. And one of the last topic was the Sicilian sacrifice, Kasparov's game. And it was so long, it was so unclear what was happening. He started to play a normal game. There was one of the...
Play normally.
Yeah.
It's not so normal to see that, no?
Positional sacrifice.
But he was demonstrating that in these positions, the knight on c3 is not worse than the rook on c8, but the double pawns are a long-term liability. And it was a very good game. And it's a classic. If you play the Sicilian with white or black, you need to know the game between Kasparov and Movsisyan.
Yeah. So guys, this is the second round of Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. This is the 10th edition, the 10th tournament that is happening. We are here in the studio. It's getting darker, but the games has just started about 1 hour ago, and it's going to continue for a few more hours. So we're going to take our first break today, and we'll be back shortly.
A quest for the most complete chess player. Can you think of a chess event where anyone can win, regardless of whether being a grandmaster or an amateur? Can you think of an event where a win counts more than 2 draws? Can you think of an event that rewards players who enjoy playing more chess games? Can you think of an event that combines different chess variations? We think it is possible. It will be so fun that it should not be a closed tournament, but open to every chess player. And there's no better moment than the 10th anniversary of our Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival to announce a new way of enjoying over-the-board tournaments even more. We'll still have an admirable and very strong Classic Chess Open champion. We'll still have Blitz tournaments winners like in previous years. It'll be the first edition of our event when we'll have a player succeeding in a rapid chess tournament. Also, for the first time in our festival, players will go out of their comfort zone in a Fischer Random Blitz chess tournament. And we'll all have fun playing over-the-board bullet games while having some drinks. But here's the big news. We'll count all the wins players can score in all 5 of these chess variations, and we'll add them weightedly, granting some additional points for the draws they get. But be careful. 1 win will never be the same as 2 draws. Grandmasters and amateurs will be mixed in a single classification, in the quest for the most complete chess player. Welcome to the first ever chess pentathlon. Welcome to Sunway Sitges. Checkmate the climate change. We're close to the climate endgame, and we have an inferior position, but a victorious checkmate to climate change is still possible. We're just pawns in this game, but does anyone know better than a chess player how powerful pawns can be in an endgame? At Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, we recognize the power of isolated pawns, but we love to play in coordination. We can castle and wait, but we always preferred dynamic moves. This is why we ask you to embark with us on this journey to help raise awareness in our beloved chess community. One move at a time, and we'll see if a small advantage becomes decisive one day. We can all together put our grain of sand to save our planet. There's no better game to win. So how are we doing more precise moves now than we used to? Less paper, more digital. We stopped using tons of paper to publish and distribute results in pairings, announcements of lectures and side activities, etc. Emails and WhatsApp messages have become our bishops to rapidly spread our messages, and our screens strategically placed across our facilities help cover all squares, so that no one can move without knowing what's going on. It's not only sustainable, it's convenient. Cell phones may be the enemy of fair play in the playing halls, but they are our best ally outside them. We developed our own app for iOS and Android that you can download and open anytime, while not playing, to be up to date with what's going on in our chess festival, and without any risk of being blamed for cheating. It's also available in the smart TV of your room. And what about accreditations? Here's the deal, don't throw them, because with just a little water and minimal care, your accreditation, printed on paper with seeds, will germinate and become a plant. When you're home, it will remind you of the memorable moments you spent at Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and it will cheer you to help us to be just part of the opening of the chess community's game against climate change. Don't get it wrong though, our accreditation won't grow green chessboards. Electronic score sheets are arriving, but we may need some extra time to adopt them. Players will need to keep on writing. However, when printing is necessary, we try to use recycled paper. Less plastic. We may not be able to make it disappear immediately, but we're looking to leave plastic in Zhuangzhuang. Quality and attention to details has always been part of our identity sign at Sunway events, so we're not cutting anything. Will we still be giving pens for notation of score sheets or gifts to participants? Let us keep the surprise, but if we did, who knows, they will preferably be made with biodegradable and ecological materials. What about free water during the rounds? We will be using sustainable packaging, and we will ask players to take a small step towards sustainability to have their ecological bottles refilled. While we love online chess, over-the-board tournaments like Sunway are a unique experience to take part in. So, what about plastic chess sets? We know we still have many, but we're very aware of time pressure. We're kind of turning back the clock to enlarge the number of wooden boards and pieces in our tournament, in a timeless move for eco-chess crusaders. Better accommodation. Since 2021, our 4-star hotel in Sitges has the Biosphere certification in tourism, which recognizes our continuous improvement towards more sustainable models. And, knowing that chess players require very well-lit playing halls, since 2023, solar panels installed next to the main playing hall are producing part of our own energy. There are many other measures that Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa, venue of the Chess Festival, has been introducing during these years to reduce its carbon footprint, improve water efficiency or allow energy savings, like changing almost all lighting to LED lighting, or installing motion sensors to activate lights in the hotel's less crowded areas, detecting even the quietest chess players. Sensors in windows and doors limit the useless operation of air conditioning machines when those windows and doors are open. Taps in restrooms have been changed to prevent the waste of water, which is precious in our warm Mediterranean location. Amenities left in the rooms for guests are biodegradable and ecological, etc. All guests at Sunway Hotel and Apartments have free bicycles to facilitate their mobility, reducing the environmental impact of transportation. There's no more enjoyable and sustainable way of entering a game or of mentally analyzing your moves after hours of concentration than to cycle along the seafront promenade. And for those who don't want to cycle, we also provide free bus passes that will allow you to forget your own car during your stay in Sitges. Responsible F&B management. Just in case players haven't eaten any opponent's pieces during their games, we make sure they have enough quality food and beverages in our restaurants at Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa. Purchase from local suppliers, when possible, to reduce the impact of CO2 and promote proximity trade is just part of our game strategy. It's not only time we don't like to waste, so we use efficient waste management to get a better endgame position. Selective garbage collection, or use of returnable glass bottles and other containers, are our defense, no matter if Sicilian, Slav, or French, against environmental degradation. And our openings list includes the use of biodegradable and recycled single-use items such as tablecloths, straws, or napkins. Let's talk coffee. It's organic, it's sustainable, and it's in a biodegradable cup. Even our coffee beans are in on this eco-chess game. And we don't forget the quick response QR codes, which are available in our restaurants, and they remind us that a quick response is what our planet needs. Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival was born 10 years ago with a mission, offering quality and taking care of details. We want every player to feel like a grandmaster. It's time to expand that mission for our next editions. We want every player to get a grandmaster in sustainability norm. We're far from perfect, but we're studying, training and calculating to improve. Climate change seems to be using the latest version of Stockfish, but working all together can build an unbeatable database of ideas to checkmate it. Welcome to our Green and Sustainable Chess Festival.
coming back at the second round of the Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. Kathy and Michael here in the studio. You guys, the games are heating up at this point already. We have passed the opening part of almost in every game, and now it's starting to be very interesting middle game. Michael, we left with the first board, and let's get back our board and start to analyze if we have additional moves here. What is the current situation, and then we can move forward and go ahead to check out the games.
So as you said, we're in the middle of the afternoon, and we're in the middle of the games now. So we went through the opening. It's the middle of the game. Normally players are down to half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. So tension starts to arise. It starts to become, every move becomes more tricky because you have less time to recover from a mistake. I took advantage in the break to have a quick coffee, but also to go upstairs and breathe the atmosphere. It was a bit weird because I was walking inside with my microphone, and I'm not sure if that breaches one of the anti-play, fair play measures, but no one said anything, so it was okay. I saw Lenier very calm, very composed. It's quite hot upstairs. It's quite hot, although it's cold here. Of course, when there's so many people in a room, you feel the heat of the tension. No, I went to see the streamer's corner. I hadn't been there before, and it was quite cool. You could see the mobile phones catching the. One thing that was a bit weird was that the mobile phones are placed to catch the streamers playing, but the pieces are slightly blocked out by the names of the players. So you can't really see the full board through the camera. So what I'm sensing is that they use the cameras to get the image of the player, but then in their websites, they embed the position of the game, so that the people can actually see the two-dimension board games, because if not, it was difficult to see the position from the camera because of the...
This also is more... it would be better and fair for the opponent, because not everyone feels comfortable to be for hours and hours in front of the camera. We have cameras now, but they are actually going everywhere, and you don't really know who we are recording and who we are
And also the top players are used to having this scrutiny because they are our top players, but most people might feel slightly uncomfortable to be so many hours in front of the camera. Some of the cameras were both bodies, and some of the cameras were only the player. So that might be a decision they can make before the round. No?
Yeah, I would also feel very uncomfortable if I know that here is a phone. Which additionally records my all action. I would be very, very distracted with that.
I'm slightly more used to it because both you and me, we spend so many hours in front of a camera. I mean,
our camera, not our opponent's camera.
That is true. But you get used to having something looking at you, and you try and minimize your body language. You take a bit more care of how you speak. But of course, it's still the camera of the opponent, and you don't know exactly where it's. If they're zooming in, they're zooming out, you're not really sure about this, no? For now, it's okay. If things go to, imagine a streamer who has his own person with a camera doing zoom shots in, out, turn around, roundabout, that would be a bit more weird, no? But for the moment, it's okay, no? So it's good for me to go and see the playing hall, because if not, we just, in our room, we're looking at the tournament, but every now and then you walk around, you get the vibe, and you really see the tension of the players. No, it's hardly anyone standing up, and a lot of kids, a huge amount of kids, and a lot of women, which is very good as well. So I think there's nearly 20% women in the tournament. That's very good. Of course, I hope at some point there'll be a 50%, but 20% is a very good a number, taking into account generally how many women are playing in the tournaments. A lot of kids, many kids, and playing very fast. And
for me, as a being a woman playing in the chess tournaments, open chess tournaments, very often there are 3 prizes, and we are 3 women, so it's so not interested. Not interesting for me or any other to fight for a very small amount of price, and it's guaranteed. You don't have to give any effort, and there's no competition. So this is really bad. So you want to have some more people to compete with in your own
Gradually,
category.
things are getting better. So let's hope that in the near future, there are many more women playing chess and playing at a very good level as well. So things are looking good, and it's nice to see so many players. And the streamers help with that, because most of the streamers are women. They have the following, and the people who follow them, many of them are women as well, and they see, wow, this is cool.
So?
I mean, I'm sure that the percentage is
small.
higher.
Yeah.
Maybe not 50%, but there must be other girls who follow their streamers, girls who play chess, and they might think, oh, it looks nice what they're doing in Sitges. Okay, next year I'm going to go and play the tournament in Sitges, which is good. I think it's good.
Yeah,
okay,
talking about women, we have women on the screen. Anastasia Rahmangolova.
We could check her game actually, because I think she's one of the top boards.
She's on the board 6, playing against Mendonca Leon-Luc.
Let's go for it. Okay.
Woman grandmaster from Ukraine, 2300.
Very strong. She beat me in Formentera, and she beat me quite convincingly. So it was a tough game. It could have gone any way, but in the end, she prevailed. And I sense that she will become a woman grandmaster very soon.
I think she's a woman grandmaster. I don't know why her title is...
I'm not sure if she must be very nearly there, but maybe she's elect. She might need to get some rating, or maybe...
We're not elect in this area of the world.
No, elect, I mean that, you get the title pending some, that's what IM elect or GM elect means, that you have the title, but they don't give it to you until...
The rating is 2300 in her case.
Maybe there's one norm missing, or maybe they're checking, maybe one of the norms is not completely... I heard also that she was women grandmaster.
Very often, I will actually double check, but very often what people, because it's additional cost for many of the players.
Maybe she needs to pay it, or...
Yeah, you have to pay, I don't know how much is that, but I think it was like $300
I thought they were free.
$350.
I thought the grandmaster titles were free, but...
No, nothing is free.
Okay. Well, maybe it's just a confirmation pending then.
And I remember when I got my grandmaster all the norms and the rating too, I was also considering maybe to keep pushing for my IM norm and the rating, rather than to pay this whatever was I think it was 350 some years ago.
Okay. I don't think I paid for the IM title. I think IM and grandmaster's free titles. I don't remember having paid for the IM title, but that was many years ago, so it's possible. I think if you can get the woman grandmaster title, it's a nice thing to have.
It depends. If you are the world champion in the youth categories, junior category, you get automatically.
Okay.
But I think you still have to pay for that.
So, as we were saying, Rangamulova is now on the board, playing against Anastasia Rahmangolova, playing against a very strong player with white pieces, Leon Luis Mendonca. We saw Leon Luis play yesterday, that convincing win with black. The computer doesn't enjoy black's position much. It actually says she's lost, but this is not totally correct. It does seem that she has a worse position, but material is equal. And I've always been of the opinion that even though the computer suggests that you might be winning or losing, if the material is equal and your king is safe, then the advantage is positional. Yeah. And a positional advantage could disappear if your opponent doesn't play correct moves. So although she's worse because of space, the game is still open. Now, basically what's happening here is that white has a phalanx on the queen side. He's going to push b5 and eventually get a pass pawn on the queen side. This pass pawn could eventually cost a piece because of black's bad development. So that's why the computer is giving the huge advantage for white. Now, of course, Anastasia really needs to understand this and try and create some imbalance on the king side or in the center based on knight to f4 and possibly develop the queen on the king side, or at some point try and break through with a5. If she doesn't do this, she'll be crushed on the queen side. But even if she does do this, she could still be crushed on the queen side. That will depend on Mendonca's technique to take advantage of his space advantage, and also, as I was saying before, the pawn majority on the queen side. At least that's my understanding of the position. What do you think? Do you think there's anything else that could be happening here?
I agree with you, because if not this breakthrough in the center on the king side, white is just very strong on the queen side, and white plays very simple.
Point.
And the pawns already crossed the other side of the board, the opponent side, but also quite difficult here to find out any possible way here for black how to start, because if you push the f pawn, then e6 is hanging.
That would be very weak. Yeah.
Yeah.
This move, I just drop back and then knock you back if I want to.
You need the light square bishop.
F6 and e5 would be the idea, but this is first pawn hanging. Second, knight could be hanging on h5 at some point. And third, even if you get e5 in, the pawn on d5 must be hanging. She's in trouble. She's in trouble. I thought it's obviously a very strong position advantage, but it's going to be difficult for her to drum up anything on the king side. It's actually tough for me to suggest a move other than knight to f4, and against which Mendonca will play bishop to f1. He could even play bishop to f1 now as a prophylactical move, get the bishop away from the hit on f4. And he could also go for queen c2, which is very sensible, trying to push b5 and c6. So he has several approaches here. Even bishop to a3 with the idea b5 is good as well. There's so many different ways to go. And although Anastasia, we can see her fully concentrated with her elbows grind to the table and her head in thought mode, she has a difficult position, and it won't be easy for her to get through here. We'll see.
I agree with that, Michael. She is struggling a little bit. Also on the time, 27 minutes here for Anastasia against 54 minutes, and it's quite her position is very, very somehow squeezed together, and not easy to find out the way, but she's still in the game, and she can try her best to be correct on her title. I very quickly checked what's her situation. She has all the norms, and she's now have the open status for the third video console 2023,
so she's just waiting for
will
the confirmation.
Happen this month. So
it's this month, so she's just waiting for the confirmation.
Yes.
Probably on the next list she'll come out as a woman grandmaster. So congratulations to Anastasia, who will very soon have this coveted title for women's players, and then she has to push to get the IM title and become a full international master, and then who knows, go on to become a full grandmaster, an open grandmaster, which is the maximum title and a difficult one to achieve.
Why not? Michael, I would suggest to take a look on the board 14. Let's choose some random boards now. Also, actually, it's not quite random, because board 14 still can be considered as one of the top boards.
Yes.
And this position somehow got my attention because of this open H file.
Yeah.
There's no rooks on the sides. I don't really understand whose king is weaker here, because somehow feels like the black's king can be under attack, but there is this dark square bishop very close to the king, and everything seems to be fine. White has pawn pushed already on g4. Maybe white's king is weaker here in this position. So many maybes.
Yeah, it's
Let's
tricky.
find out what's happening.
My understanding in this is probably an Italian or a Rossolimo. It could be a Rossolimo. It could be a Rossolimo or an Italian, I'm not quite sure. In any case, my understanding in these positions is that you won't mate on the H-file if you don't eliminate the bishops, as you know as well, Ketty. So really, if you want to mate, we need to exchange the bishops or double rooks. And with two rooks, sometimes there are some mating tricks with the queen. But basically in these positions, getting the bishops off is fundamental. I don't see a clear way of doing that except to play knight to c4 at some point, drop back with the queen, and then go bishop to h6. So many moves. So many moves, and also you have to deal with the threat on the g4 pawn. So it doesn't seem to me that white will be able to crush quickly.
Yeah, you know what I like in this kind of positions where white is trying to start the kingside attack, but there's also idea for black to play f6.
Yes.
You are stuck with g4 pawn. You mentioned about this pawn. If
Yeah.
you lose this pawn, the game is over.
Game is
you have to
over.
play queen to h4 and then king to f7.
King to f7
Look at
and
this
bring your
sneaky
own rook
move.
here, no?
There is no check for this king.
Yeah.
Rook gets on h file, and now I have everything in my hands because you don't have light square bishop on g2, which
Yeah.
guards the king on g1.
That is actually very dangerous. I'd like to check what the computer says on that position because it seems very, very dangerous. So this would be practically forced. We have to drop back here. We'll go king to f7, angling for this rook to h8. And now we need to find a good move for white. Of course, when you hit my queen, I'll drop back to g3. So I'm not losing the pawn for the moment, but I need to find the best square for this knight. This is the key piece. Now, could it be b3 to c5? Could it be c4 to e3? Which is the best square for this knight? If I get this knight to a good square, I think the position is still more or less balanced because you will have the file, but you can't increase the attack on the g4 pawn, which is key. I would suspect that b3, no, because you have b6. So I'm going to go from knight to c4, which I think seems okay. Let's say you go rook to h8. I drop back to g3. And now, would you double rooks? Or would you try and activate the knight on e7 and where to go with that knight? It's a tricky one. It's
so
a
many
tricky one.
questions, yeah.
A tricky one. It's a difficult position. Now, for our viewers who are probably many of them adult improvers or trying to improve their game, these type of positions is the difficulty in chess. You can learn openings, you can learn endings, you can learn tactics, but then you get a position where there's so many different questions to be asked. And the only way to learn and improve is to play the positions and learn after the game what you did correctly, what you didn't do correctly, and how could you play. And this, gradually makes you become a better player. For me, it's unclear who's better here. Computer says more or less equal. Maybe slightly better for black, but in one move this could turn around. So I don't know.
Talking
But it's a
about
very
this
good idea. This
kind of
very good idea.
Talking about this kind of positions, actually, to practice is very difficult because, like, how to practice? If you play at a tournament, it can be quite costly for you with many cents, traveling costs, staying cost, and also the rating cost itself. And I remember that's me and my very close friend, also who was very level with my. Strength, we had very often the training camps. We were setting up the position from the book, which was very difficult to. It was not some puzzle or anything. We had to do
strategic positions.
Yes, and we were playing a sort of like rapid games, like 40 minutes games.
Based on the positions.
Yes.
And then you analyze them afterwards.
And we were analyzing with our coach. So
very
it was,
sensible, very good.
Very nice training for us.
I would suggest for those of you, the viewers, who can't do what Ketty suggests for any reason, you still have the option to go online, choose a playing rate, which is, I personally prefer something like 10 plus 5 or 15 plus 10 or even 30 minutes and play training games or friendly games. But of course, the most important thing after the game, you really need to do a bit of analysis. And you don't need a coach necessarily, but you can ask one of your friends if you don't understand the position. Sometimes the computer tells you the moves, but doesn't give the ideas behind. And most importantly, if you want to improve, you really need to do some hard work, which is getting chess books, going through games, there are different level books, following broadcasters. But if you follow a broadcast, you'll understand what we're explaining. But will you be able to do that by yourself in the game? That's the difficulty. When someone explains it to you, it seems very easy. I could do that, but it's not so easy. It's not so easy. Many years of training and just improve and enjoy the game while you're doing it, which is, I think, key. This is a very interesting position. Antonio is a Spanish player. He used to be a very strong junior. Then he stopped playing to go to university, these things that we did. And now he's getting back and he's a very strong FIDE master. At some point, I think he even was able to get a norm for international master. But we'll see what he's going to do here. This is very interesting, f6 but there's other ideas. For example, here in this position, I could try, it would be risky, but I would consider if I can break up the position with f5. But I have to think about that. It's not going to be easy to think about. Any other games call your
We can
attention?
go just next board, 11th. This is also very interesting game here.
Okay, so we have Andreu Blasco. He's also a Catalan local player. And Fernando Peralta, who we saw yesterday play that wonderful game. Okay, now this looks like some sort of Koye system, maybe Zukertor Koye system, or some sort of Queen's Gambit. But Black has sacrificed or dropped a pawn on b4. It's a sacrifice, or he went for the minority attack and dropped the pawn. So one of the two, because I think he's a pawn down.
I think
white.
bishop was on d6, and somehow white played
I think he
95 and queen e7 was, or it's
But did he sacrifice the pawn? It's funny, no? The pawn
mysterious.
on
Let's take a look
it's
what
mysterious,
happened.
no? It's mysterious, no? No. So he actually, this is a more or less normal position. The funny thing is that the e5 square is controlled by the three pieces, so knight e5 can't be played. And white played b4. So the thing is, it is a sacrifice. Take the pawn,
Nice.
free
Yeah.
of charge, but I'm sticking my knight on e5.
Whoa.
I don't mind, but I'm not losing my knight on e5, so it's a sacrifice. And
Michael, why not? Why not queen takes c7? Because black's pawn is also hanging on c7.
Exactly.
Bishop is hanging on
no,
b7.
but the funny thing is, I think that black first played c6,
Ah,
and now white could have played a3
yeah.
if he wanted to, no? And the game continues. But now he said, no.
After a3, a5.
A5 would probably be the answer,
Yeah.
no? So he said, no, I'm not going back now. The pawn is yours. And now you really have to think, should I take it and allow knight e5? And is that dangerous? Or should I not take the pawn? It's a free pawn. My teachers always tell me, and I explain to my students,
Yeah. You
if
can't
someone
take
give-
the pawns
someone gives
back.
you a free pawn, if it's a center pawn, you grab it. Unless you're behind on development, and then you have to think about it. If it's a side pawn, it's dependent on the position. But if you're developed and your king is safe, don't believe your opponent. Capture the pawn, and then, of course, think about how you can exchange material to take away the attack. So Fernando took advantage and captured the pawn. Why not? And the other player stuck his knight on e5, hitting the rook. And if I'm not mistaken, Fernando is now thinking about this position. And is there a way of knowing how long he's been thinking?
Yeah. For the moment,
Yeah, for this move.
we can maybe just go back one move,
Okay.
and we might have different time situation. One more move?
So
No? Oh. No. we
no,
don't
it doesn't give us the time
No.
before. We can see it down there on the right, but it's just too far away for me to see with detail.
have. Okay, I can try. can try.
I think it's around here. Can we see a number there?
It says 29.
29. Okay. I'm not sure about that. In any case, he's hitting the rook.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that the normal move would be to swap off the knight. It would be the normal move. So knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, and this is quite an unbalanced position, Ketty. We have an extra pawn with black, but there is some danger. The pawn on e5 is a pass pawn. The white knight could progress to the central squares, and also at some point f3 could be a threat with the pawn on f5 hanging behind. So it is a complex position. I mean, it wasn't a clear decision of Fernando just to eat the pawn and that's it. He has to think about how he can progress,
Yeah.
get the bishop back into play somehow, and then push his center pawns. Computer doesn't say anything is wrong with this position. I mean, it's an extra pawn and black is better. But in practice, he does have to perform a series of decent moves here and not allow white to get, too creative with these ideas, and something might happen dangerous. I think that's my understanding of the position.
Very interesting.
But it was a
game.
sacrifice.
It was a sacrifice.
It wasn't a
yeah.
dropped pawn. It was a sacrifice. I would have been surprised. Andreu, I know him. He's a good player. I would have been surprised if a FIDE master such as him just drops a pawn like this. It's possible, of course. I've done worse things, but I would have been surprised. Is that the position? Those are the players now? Yeah, that is Fernando. Yeah, Fernando is. So we do have which board was this?
This is 11th.
Oh, so we have cameras on 11, or these cameras can be moved around?
Moved around,
Okay,
yes.
fantastic. That's great.
It
So
can be moved around.
we have a really good broadcast team.
yeah,
I mean, come
yeah.
on. You say a name, they find the player.
Actually,
Fantastic.
Michael, the previous tournament that I was working with the team, European Chess TV, was in Italy, World Youth Championship.
Yes, Montesilvano.
Montesilvano. So it was a big playing venue with all the participants in one playing area. I think it was like more than 700 players, and we had a lot of cameras, of course, everywhere on the top boards. It's a lot of categories, a lot of top boards, and there was one game that we wanted so much to see the players and what was going on. So the playing venue was on the top floor, on the first floor, and our studio was on the second floor. And we had one camera which was just giving us the full picture, you know, just a full picture, rough picture. And I remember that we were talking about this game, we somehow get closer to this one. And from this camera, we got so close so fast. It was like, you know, the plane went right away to the board, and we got very fast this very clear picture of the players. And it was like, when we saw that on camera live, it was quite incredible.
They're very good. They're very good.
Yeah, so.
And now today, apparently, nearly all the boards are performing well. So you can actually look up to 50 games which are being broadcast, which is a huge amount of games for such a tournament. Let's go back to Lenier, but first
we have to go there because something is heating up.
Something is happening here. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's go back here. So we left it two or three moves ago. F4 was played.
Yeah.
B5. B4 is a threat because the pawn on E4 at some point could be hanging. So white played A3, and Lenier played queen to B7, hitting the pawn again on E4 with as much pressure as possible, but also preparing B4 if necessary. And now
Bishop goes on
Bishop to
F3.
F3. That's a very good move.
And
protecting and defending. Very good.
Latest move that Dominguez played, queen to B6, is not so strong here because this allows white to start very nice attack in the center. So white is thinking here less than 20 minutes on the clock. 17 moves has been played. It is more 23 more moves to be played. F5 we can see right now
just played F5.
Blitzed out on the board.
Actually, that was the idea. If the queen had stayed on B7, then F5 would have been even more dangerous. But it still seems to me a very dangerous move. Okay, the bishop is under attack.
You don't want to take the pawn, right? Pawn takes pawn. Then you take a pawn again. Bishop is hanging. White's light square bishop is open.
That is true. Then again. Oh, it's hard to say. This is so difficult because if you take, you get retaken, and the bishop goes to C4 in any case. And I do have the center, but you're right. The bishop on F3 is very potent. So in principle, I would prefer this bishop to stay shut in, and I would go bishop to C4 straight away. Or even capture on B3, but I think bishop C4 should be the move. What does the computer suggest after bishop C4?
The computer here suggests that after bishop C4, queen has to go on D2.
Drop back to D2 makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Now the idea for white, white threats f takes G, and bishop G4.
Oh, nice. And go through on the white squares.
Using the two bishops against two knights, we know who's strong in that.
So how to play against this? Are we in time to play A5, B4?
Let's say B4 first line and follow that line. A takes B4.
Queen takes B4.
And queen takes B4. Now G takes F takes G. F takes G.
F takes G.
And bishop to G4.
And now bishop to G4.
And here we have the situation when we have a lot of pins. Let's say rook to C7 to step a little bit. And bishop takes D7
bishop takes D7.
The suggestion.
Okay.
And the idea is that if you take back with a knight, that's a very bad move because you allow bishop E7 to happen.
Yep, he takes back, and then the queen goes to G5, or what's happening here? This is very dangerous.
There is knight D5 wins
check.
the queen.
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
Incredible.
Yeah, it's all because I was thinking about this before. In this position, I was thinking, why doesn't he capture on g4? But if he captures on g4 in this position, take, and knight d5 again. Fantastic. Well, this is tricky for Lenier. He has to be a bit careful. He has to be very careful, actually. Of course, this is not a forced line.
It is not a forced
other
line.
moves are possible, but it does illustrate the dangers in this position for black.
Exactly. If we go back after bishop to g4,
Okay,
let's
so
say
here,
takes,
take.
bishop g4, rook c7,
Rook c7.
and he goes bishop c4 actually. Bishop takes d7, and now black has to take with the key with
the rook, maybe? No, because if he takes with the rook, you play take and knight d5 again. Wow, look at this. Yeah, if he takes with the rook, take on f6, and again knight d5.
Yeah.
And when he captures your queen, as he's not checking you, you stick in the intermezzo, knight takes f6.
Yeah.
And you're winning some material, because then you get knight takes d2. This is unbelievable. King to e7, knight to takes 2, and you get the bishop on c4. So
Yeah.
you always win a piece.
Oh, so bad, so bad.
These tactics are good for Lenier's opponent, and he'll see them because they're forced lines.
That's their fourth line.
He has to see
and somehow you can just follow your intuition to get
intuition
in there.
plus the forced line.
Yeah.
The thing is, he has to notice that when he captures on g6 and he plays bishop g4, he has to notice that many of the lines have the knight d5 trick. If he notices the knight d5 trick, the rest of the moves come easily.
Yeah.
But he has to notice the trick. If not, you won't play bishop to g4 because it's weird.
It's a weird move.
Yeah,
It's a
but
weird
if he
move.
sees the knight d5 trick, then it's
Look
all
at
good.
him, look at him. He sensed the position. He knows something is going
But
on.
there's still quite a few moves to get to there.
One last idea, if I can show there. Bishop c4 is on the board.
Queen d2, I suspect that he will play. Did he play
has
it already?
to play. Not yet.
He's still
going.
thinking,
Let's wait for
But
this.
he's about to move. Yeah, look, there he goes. And he
Queen
went to the
e2?
side. He went to the side.
Queen e2.
I think he went to queen e3. He went to the side. Let me check.
Queen e3.
Our moves are still to come.
Okay, we can see from the it is queen e3.
Oh, so he went to queen e3. Okay, so he goes for the queen exchange.
Offering queen, yeah.
We still don't have the move, but that's on the board. Yes, it's on the board.
It's on the board.
This move has been played. Queen e3. Okay, so I wonder if Lenier has. Of course, the variations we were showing before, Ketty, depended on b4, a takes b, queen takes b, which was not a forced line for Lenier. He could have played it differently. So, and now his opponent is considering his...
La 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 la. What's going
He's saying,
on?
okay, things are going well for me. Okay, so now what was Lenier going to do? He's going to exchange queens, let's say?
Let's see first exchange.
Okay,
exchange. What happens
We
after this?
take back with the bishop.
Yes.
And this is the position. Now I could consider taking on f5. Although I do open up the bishop, I do have my center pawns, no? Some of the viewers might be thinking, why doesn't black capture the bishop, the knight on b3? And this is instructive. As you know, if he captures the knight is not doing much, but the double pawn is not important. What is more important is that now d5 is even weaker because black lost the bishop. So at some point, if a knight lands there free, it's going to be very strong for white.
Here, Dominguez can complicate the position after if the change happens to play d5 here,
D5.
according to the
Let's see
engine.
without exchanging on f5 straight away.
d5.
Okay, of course,
And
he threatens d4. So I can't really take on g6 because d4 might be a threat.
when you take the pawn on d5 with
Let's take with e takes d5.
now g takes f5.
Now, well, this is nice. This is nice. I think Lenier will enjoy this. And how would this go? d6 maybe?
d6, yeah. Bishop goes
d8.
d8.
Okay. Okay, the bishop can come back out by b6 later on.
Yeah.
But this is
and
unbalanced.
this is
unbalanced.
unclear
Yeah, it's
position,
unclear.
yeah.
The computer said white is slightly better, but there's enough pieces on the board for it to be unclear. One interesting thing in these positions, because he played h5, h4 in the opening, there is a structural importance in the endings with the two pawns against the h4 pawn plus the file. This is not important now, but in the ending, if the h pawn survives, this is something that could give a win to black in the endings. And Lenier knows this, of course, because this is endgame theoretical knowledge, no? So we'll see if they get to that position.
We'll see. Let's now. This is the case of the exchange, and now we can see if Black denies here the queen trade. Which one is better here? So if queen goes, where queen goes actually, there's b7, knight a5 move. I'm not sure about that.
I'd be very surprised if he doesn't exchange queens here.
He should. I think he will exchange.
Because he's been calculating some of those tactical lines. I'd be very surprised because it's a reasonable move, and also you go to the end game, where maybe a younger player doesn't have so much experience. I'd be surprised, but of course he's calculating. Where could he go with the queen? Back to b7, to b8.
If queen goes on b7, then knight a5
passive move.
Gives a very good advantage to white.
This would be bad, I agree. This is a bad move.
Yeah.
Hitting these two pieces, this is a disaster.
It's a disaster. So you have to get this queen back on b8.
Or allow him to recapture with the knight. But then we have the problems we saw before, about the defense of the square. I think he'll exchange, because also if you exchange, the bishop has to drop back. So it's no longer attacking all these pieces on the diagonal. So, but let's say he goes back to d8. So how would we continue here if he goes to b8?
In this case, the best would be to play f6g.
Yep,
This is a very good move to open up some of
the position.
And now white would preferably trade the light square bishop here. So bishop e2 is the suggestion here.
That's good. Yeah, not so easy to see, but this bishop is so bad, it's just an extra pawn.
Yeah.
It's not performing. So
and also you want to cover the diagonal, so your next move is rook to f1.
Yes, I agree. No, sorry about this line. White has a preferable play here. Not decisive, at no means at all. But I would quite like White's position here.
So this is so bad somehow.
He's going to exchange queens.
Yeah, exchange seems
I'd
to
be
be
very
fine.
very surprised if Lenier doesn't exchange queens. Very surprised. But I am actually quite surprised that his opponent didn't play queen to d2, because of course b4 may not be the best move, but I think that White has sufficient play in the position to keep the queens on the board. But he's the one who's playing, no? And he's sensing what's happening there. I think we can come back to here afterwards, but you know the position I'd like to see? Remember the Guillem position, the one of the one where we found the queen d3 and knight to h7 trick?
Oh, yes.
We should jump that. I can't remember, it was board 38, I think.
38 was it, yeah.
And that was a position that, who knows, might even be finished. That Janisch Schleiman attack. So we left it here.
That's right.
We know that she played rook to e1, which, as you can see, lost a huge part of the advantage. Bishop to e7, queen to e2.
Stopping, castling.
Knock back the knight. Knight to e6.
I like this.
Take. This is okay, but not so strong. Ernesto, let's get the queens off the board.
Let's trade everything.
As soon as possible. Okay, and now he's actually slightly better because the king in the center is okay. It's stable, and he can play on the files. So, although the pawn structure is slightly better for White, Black is comfortable here. I think he's going to be
White
very
is
happy.
behind, quite behind. Of
Let's see
if
she can get back in the game. c4, d5, okay, c5.
94 perhaps.
Rook b8 first. I would have played knight e4 and bishop f6, but okay. Rook b8, knight c3.
Ooh.
Rook b4. He's targeting this pawn here. Now how to defend, because this one is also targeted.
Okay.
Things are not looking good. Rook d1.
d1.
Rook e8. Okay.
Some tactics are cooking up here. Rook d4, bishop c5 is an idea, and rook e8 you need to avoid knight e2 happening.
Okay, nice. I was trying to
bishop e3 happening.
I was trying to understand this move, and yes, you're going for this tactics. Nice. Very nice, very nice. And if the tactics is stopped with king somewhere, the rook is still on the open file for later on. Let's see what she did. She's thinking here.
21 minutes in this position,
thinking.
and 20 more moves to be played
So
before
Ernesto
the
is going to win once again, because I played in this position with him, and I had a very good position.
It's a very comfortable position.
He's going to win
for
again
Black.
with a Schleiman. The Janisch is such a bad opening for Black, but if you get past the opening, you get good positions. It's unbelievable. And he swindled his opponent, who didn't see the tactics. But of course, he's always walking on the tightrope, because when you play these lines, one mistake and you're wiped off the board. No? But Ernesto is very creative, and today he also, as we said before, did our Spanish omelette, so it's very good. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems quite comfortable position now.
He's in good
for
position.
him. B2 pawn is
What to do
hanging,
now with
so
white?
that stops white's bishop to be developed. D4 pawn is hanging.
This one's hanging. Bishop e3, you can play
Bishop c5
bishop
is
takes
one
c5.
thing. Yeah.
Rook b1, protecting this one, we get the tactic. King h1, there's going to be a mate on the last. So it's because what to play here. Let's go for this move here, for example. And now what to play? Knight e4, knight g4. It's all coming in, no?
Yeah.
Oh, this is very dangerous. This it's a difficult position and very easy to play for black. For black, who's the stronger player as well. No, she missed her opportunity, and will now have trouble. Okay, so that was clear. And okay, of the top games, we didn't get a chance to see board number 5. Let's see if we can get the position, because we have a young kid on board number 5. I think Fiorito Fabiano is one of the two 15-year-old brothers who are very strong, and also with the father, who's international master, playing here. But as all three are called Fiorito, I'm always a bit confused which is which, because they're all title players. So when they give us the board 5, if we see a kid playing with black, we know he's one of the two brothers. Let's see if we can see board number 5 and check this game between Grandmaster Abhimanyu Puranik with black pieces against Fabian Fiorito with the white pieces on board number 5.
All right,
what's happening here?
I think it was a Carlsbad structure. And white got this queenside pawn push, and black is trying to hit in the center. Seems a little bit unclear to me, this position. King to h8 has been played. This is the latest move, so this very often.
So it looks as if it's the father.
It looks like
the father. So the father is playing on the top board. Is it an international master? No. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the father, and as I said, he has two kids who are also playing here. I think they're both FIDE masters, very strong, and soon they'll be playing on the top boards as well. Yeah, it's tough to say who's better in this position, because black has a very solid pawn structure. He can play for e5, which is good. But on the other hand, white's pieces are slightly more active on the queen side. But I would probably go with black here, because he has more potential in the position. Right now, white doesn't have a clear plan. His plan is basically just to stop black playing e5. But as soon as black can organize e5, get these pawns rolling, he's going to have a better position. And I'm not really quite sure what white can do on the queen side meanwhile. So I would, and also time as well, no? White is 18 minutes. He went knight to h4. Okay, he wants to knock off this bishop. But the bishop can drop back to f7, or even just allow the swap. But I think he'll go back to f7, because also with the bishop on f7, when he does eventually play e5, the bishop defends the pawn and also hits the queen on a2. Yeah, Puranik is doing well, and my feeling is that he'll unbalance this position and win the game. That's my feeling in this position. I mean, it's close to equal, and he has more pieces, a clear plan, more time, and he's a better player. So what else have you found?
We do have a move update on the first board. Let's take a look at that. So Dominguez decided not to trade the queens, and he found the square for the queen, and he went for queen c7.
Okay, that is surprising.
White responded very quickly, knight to d2.
Knight to d2.
Hitting the bishop. And in this position, he
go.
also takes this bishop off.
Yeah, nowhere to go.
And then to control d5 square, right? So a very interesting suggestion here is d5.
Okay.
So you want to get the bishop on c5.
Okay, and play actively, even though you lose a pawn. It's funny that he didn't swap pawns in this variation, because then the bishop could retreat to f7. He didn't want to give him that idea, no? So do you think he'll play d5? No, he took on f5. He's playing a very risky venture here. Okay, take back. He hasn't played yet. Do we have the real position on the board?
Yes,
Let's see.
that's the current situation. I don't see the pawn on g6. Maybe we can zoom a little bit. On the board, we have full screen.
And the pawn has been captured on f5.
Yeah.
And now it's white's turn. He can recapture. He takes f5. Yes. Yeah.
And we also have 14 minutes here for white.
What
White
other
is
ideas do he have?
thinking.
He could intermezzo knight takes c4. But he actually needs to decide if he wants to take back on f5 straight away or play the intermezzo knight to c4. But if he does intermezzo knight to c4, he does have to calculate f4. He does have to calculate this line and see what's happening. If he can take or not take, it's lines that have to be calculated. If he doesn't want to calculate this, then he can just play pawn takes pawn. And what's going to black play here? Will he play d5, as you suggested? Is d5 the move here?
Interesting question, really, how to respond here in this position, because somehow white is getting... There is no weakness in white's position, right?
No, there's no weaknesses. His king is safer. The only good thing that black has is the development is okay. His pieces are on active squares, and he does have a pawn center. So let's just put d5, threatening at some point to bring the bishop out. And of course, I could try and trap this bishop, but it seems unlikely that this will work with the tactics on the file. What I can do is knock off the bishop and play tactically.
Yeah.
Because now I threaten this pawn here. He would have to capture with this pawn, and this would be a position to ponder for a moment. Looks good for white.
Ooh, looks so good. The engine
Computer's
bar
jumping up.
goes all the way
it's
up.
trying to stabilize.
Yeah.
As far as it goes in the analysis, it will stabilize.
Feel some sort of sacrifice already.
Yeah. And it just feels the position is very active for white. The king is in the center. I have the two bishops, some threats, a jump on d5 if you move the knight. The pawn on e5 will prove to be weak later on. It just seems easier to play for white.
Michael, can we consider rook d7 sacrifice here?
Straight away?
Yeah, not our pieces.
Okay.
So if knight takes d7,
Okay.
bishop e7, king e7, knight
And
d5.
then that's d5, fantastic.
Yes.
That's a winner. Okay.
So queen has to take.
So we have to take with the queen.
And
let's go
when
back
queen
here.
takes...
Okay, take with the queen. I'd still swap off the knight.
Yeah.
Or
queen
capture the
e5.
pawn.
Or rook d1 is the three candidate moves.
Or in any order. This looks
Yeah.
very strong. This is crushing. Threat, rook d1.
Knight d5.
Threat, knight d5. This is a killer. I mean, maybe he has, rook c5, but I'm going to put a position which could be funny. Rook c5, I'm going to sacrifice my queen, because that's the way I roll. I roll like this. Look, I roll like this. I just
Love
sacrifice my
it.
queen and start playing with my thing.
it. Yeah. Rook d1.
It was fun,
f6.
but not enough. No, against
I
looks-
love it actually.
against
In
looks
the
like-
blitz games, this
Of
can
course,
work
of course.
easily.
No, but here you could probably just move the queen back, and all the tactics must be looking good for white. Of course, you have to think, and there's been some moves. Let's go back. We love moving around. This is very strong. This rook takes e7.
Yeah.
If he gets here, he's going to win. But this was not a forced variation. This was
It's
just,
not forced.
just
It's
us
when
moving around.
d5 happens, yeah?
Just moving around. So knight d2 was played. G takes f5.
And
I know
white's
there's been a
thinking.
move, but we can't see it. But it should appear any moment now. So let's
You
wait
think
for
so?
a moment.
Let's zoom once again to the board so we can see the move that has been played.
The bishop is still alive.
Pawn takes pawn.
So he went pawn takes pawn. Okay. Yeah. And now d5 would take us to the position we saw before.
Mm-hmm. And this is move 20.
Move 20.
They have to make 20 more
Still
moves.
20 more moves left.
For Shuba here, it's 10
minutes.
for 20 moves.
Lenier played. Lenier has played.
He's blitzing out.
But what did he play?
It's not d5. I don't see this pawn on d5. What did he play?
He played. No, but the time is it's taking a bit of time for the move to come on our chess.com screen, or maybe he hadn't played and it went back to him when e takes e5 was played.
It's his time still is running.
Yeah, there's a bit of delay between the camera and the, I think.
Yeah, but I think it's his move again.
Yeah,
no?
it's his move now.
Yeah.
So 11 minutes for 20 moves. So 20 moves is an extra 10 minutes in an increment. So he has 20 minutes for 20 moves. 1 minute per move in a very tactical position. With the advantage, but low on time. But he can think in the time of Lenier.
I think this is one of the best scenario for Shoba here in this position. He's young.
Oh, he must be very happy.
He thinks faster. You know, you have all this energy right now that is going in his body, in his mind. He feels very comfortable, I'm sure, with that. And this is once in a lifetime opportunity when you're so young, playing against 2,700 player.
I wonder if he thinks he's better. I wonder if he understands he's better in this position.
Oh, for sure.
Or he just thinks it's complicated. I wonder. I wouldn't be totally sure I'm better in this position with white.
I think he sees this as a chance.
A chance, yes.
That's
what I
they
think.
need.
I think this is complicated, but anything can happen here. But I'm not sure if I'd think necessarily that I'm better. But of course, these kids have a great understanding of chess, and if he studied specifically this line, then he may actually know he's better. But if, from my eyes, for example, I see white has a nice position, but there's so many pieces on the board. Black's king is weak, but not so weak. I would still think that anything can happen here.
Yeah, and we have Dominguez on the other side of the board.
There he is.
Well experienced, have seen so much on the chessboard.
He's been through all
so focused right now. He's using his time, 38 minutes right now in this position. He knows it's a critical.
Yeah, he might know he's worse.
Yeah,
he might know he's worse because he has a great understanding. Now the thing I'm wondering is, if you're in Lenier's shoes now, you need to win, because we need the rating. A loss would be a disaster. Because if you lose like something like 6 points. To get back those 6 points is really, really difficult.
not more than 6 points?
Maybe 6 or 7 points, I'd have to calculate. But a lot of points. That would guarantee Lenier for the rest of the tournament here. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Because he need all the games to recover the points. And I can tell you there'd be a very happy American following the game now. So he would be very happy. I'm not saying anything else. So yeah. I don't think he's rooting for the defeat, but he's going to be very happy, obviously, because that would qualify him for the candidates.
Yeah, of course. This is a normal thing. No one would judge him
but this is
that.
an extra pressure for Lenier. I mean, to play a difficult position, knowing that probably he's worse, and knowing that he still has to win, it's tough. It's tough. Very tough. Okay, let's hope for the best. His opponent's still there. Let's go to another game. And we'll pop back here afterwards.
Michael, let's jump to the next game right away.
Okay.
Board 2, also very interesting situation.
Okay.
So just some moves back. There was a bit of tense situation for white. In this position, somehow white's pieces started to go backwards.
Yeah.
You're going backwards. That's why they were going backwards.
No. But they were also going backwards, so don't worry. But I was going. We're having a great time here. I mean, commentating with Ketty is the best. I go backwards, and we all go backwards. No, okay. So, no, but I'm surprised about this. This move, for me, I understand he does it to recover the pawn, but this is surprising because Dvoretsky talked about the extra knight. When there are two knights protecting each other, you don't normally want to capture one of them because the other one occupies the square, and if you capture it, the bishop can't come out. But he does it anyway, which for me is slightly surprising. But the computer agrees. So
I think his idea might be knight g5 in that position.
He was worried about an attack.
Knight g5. If you take knight g5, h takes g5, and this
sacrifice.
is my the best idea. G6, king g7, rook h8.
Rook h8. Maybe he was worried about that.
Beautiful attack. And if you don't take knight g5, then might be knight g2 or knight h3 bishop h3 sacrifices. So.
Sometimes I've seen players play knight g1 against knight g5, but of course that would be really going backwards, no? So he probably thought, let's swap off a piece,
Let's take it out.
make sure there's no attack,
Yeah.
and then try and get back this pawn. Black does have two weaknesses, so in the endings he'll be worse. But will you get to an ending? So now he's attacking all the pawns, but of course he hasn't got his pawn back. Rook to b3, knight to d2, rook to b7, and he just doesn't want to recover the pawn. Why doesn't he capture the pawn? He could get it back any moment now.
D3 is also hanging, I guess.
Oh
That's
yeah, this is a problem as well. Yeah, there's no clear way to get the pawn back. Okay, now he's hitting e5. So back.
Yeah, at this point, black could play something better to take the knight on c4.
Yeah, get rid of this knight. This knight is very strong.
To take this knight off the board and then to play g6 to stop white's knight on g3 square.
Okay, now I could get back the pawn.
You can take the a pawn and rook f to b8, attacking the pawn,
Hit the pawn on b2, yeah.
b2, and somehow white's queen cannot
No.
get back to guard the pawn. You go queen to c1, maybe knight d3, maybe queen d3.
Yeah.
You go rook to a2. This is
Rook
queen
to a2
d3
is weird.
maybe.
It's weird. Yeah,
Queen d3
weird.
or
Queen d3 is weird.
yeah.
Yeah. This looks good. Maybe we have to sacrifice this pawn and get this one in return and try and get a draw, because I don't think white is better anymore. This knight on f4 is a monster.
Yeah.
It's a really strong, and this one on g3 is not performing.
Not so much. Yeah.
So I agree. Bishop takes c4 would have been better. Of course, easy to see when we can move the pieces
You know,
around.
sometimes it's so difficult to make decision. For instance, Kirill made this decision to give up his bishop for the knight, very strong bishop which was controlling long diagonal, and not every player can easily give up the bishop because bishop is a bishop in the open position.
Yeah. The bishop is actually very strong, hitting on two diagonals and controlling vital squares. So it is difficult, and for us it's easy because we move around.
Yeah.
And we like the position. Our move is good. But that doesn't mean we're better players than the players there. We just have the capability of moving the pieces around, playing around with the pieces, looking at the positions, and it's easier then to judge. But of course, seeing what happens afterwards, I would have swapped the knight. But in the game, I don't know if I would have swapped it. But I do realize this knight is very strong, because also it protects the pawn on b2. So he went back, take, rook d1, take. Okay, he saw this position in his analysis, and he thought that this was playable. It still seems very slightly better for black, but I would think that Alexeyenko should be able to get a draw out of this position. I don't think the advantage for black is so much that Alexeyenko can't, at some point, swap off some pawns, go into a rook ending, and eventually find a draw. What he has to do is try and get rid of the knight on f4. That's a priority. If he doesn't get rid of that knight, then at some point, black could even have attacking chances. I wonder if maybe knight to f5 or knight to f1, try and get g3 in at some point, knock the knight back. There's still a game to be played here, still complex.
Very interesting
Very
scenario.
complex.
And we're getting already some sort of like time pressure in all the games. Michael, let's go for on board 4. There is also a very interesting situation. We have actually some more moves played, but we don't have...
No, I think this board is broken down again, because this is the position we had before. No. We have to go here. Okay, let's go forward. Okay, so we're in this position here, c3, h5, castle, a5, these pawn moves, knight to e5, take, hit the knight, knight goes back. I would have protected the knight with rook e1 here, but okay, knight goes back, king f8, okay, bishop b5. Against the bishop pair, we need to swap off a bishop to reduce the attack potential. e5, getting the center, rook e1, attacking the pawn, e4, the knight goes to d4, hitting the pawn on f5, bishop to e5, interposing, rook a to d1, rook to g8, knight to c2. Now he's trying to get rook d5 in, which would be very strong. Rook to e8, rook to d5, pawn to b6, rook to e2, pawn to f4, and this is the
current position.
Black is very low on time, Ketty. 5 minutes left. And how many moves?
15 more moves.
15 moves. So that's 30 seconds, 7 minutes and a half, 12 minutes for 15 moves. And a complicated position.
Very complicated
Very
position.
easy to miss. The problem when you're low on time, at least in my experience, that you calculate normally better because you're, you're very attentive and you're not walking around, but you don't have time to calculate many moves. You calculate better the moves you do, but you can't calculate many nights. And also, your nervous system is high. You're more tense. And sometimes mistakes happen because of the tension. So that is really the risk going. And there are very few players. Grischuk is a player who can perform very well low on time. But most players perform worse low on time. So if you don't have a good nervous system, best not to go low on time.
And that's so... a very specific feeling, right, for chess players. For a person like, let's say, who's not a chess player, who has never played an actual game against an actual player, they see us as we're stressed and we're nervous, and this is so bad. But actually, this is the feeling that keeps your energy and body and blood working so fast in all this nervous system. There was some time when I was not playing chess at all, like 3-4 years in a row, and that was the only feeling out of all the feelings what chess can bring to each player. There was the one detail that I was missing very much, to be in a situation when you have to make no mistakes and you have to be super focused.
Chess is a tense thing. Could we get back the board? Let's see if our technical team can bring the board back, because I'm sure many viewers are wondering, after this f4 move, why doesn't Volodar Murzin capture the pawn on e4? And I was trying to understand what was happening here. Maybe I thought f3, but then I saw a trick. If white captures the pawn, I think, I'll never be sure, that black can play queen to g6. And now there's a mate on g2, but also a hit on e4. Computer has some defense. I can't see it, but the computer doesn't give white as losing, and I think that it's mate or rook. So I'm not exactly sure what I'm missing here. Can you see what I'm missing?
Hard to
that we need a move that protects against the mate and protects the rook on e4, which is attacked. I just don't see it. But computer says the position is equal. It's unbelievable.
Oh, queen e8 should be the move.
Oh,
queen e8, king e8,
nice.
and rook e5.
Nice. Which one?
I don't know.
And then g3, and there's a... No, probably we don't want to hang the knight, so probably this one. And then maybe g3 and go for positional compensation. Okay, he might be thinking this Volodar now, because look, the kid's thinking.
They made a move. Oh, he played f3, but
so he didn't capture the pawn then.
Michael, there was one very fancy line. If we can show that, instead of queen g6, maybe rook g2 first.
Oh, that was
king
the other
g2,
option, of course. King
queen
g2,
g6,
and now play king g6.
King f3.
King f3 protecting.
Welcome on f3 and queen.
But there's mate on g4. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So if he captures the pawn, queen g6 had a defense. Difficult to see, but rook takes g2 was also a killer. So Volodar said no.
Thank you very much.
No. This, and of course, if he doesn't capture the pawn, there was a very dangerous threat with f3. So he'd opted to play f3. The thing is now, black does have the opportunity to choose between pawn to e3, just to put the pawn on e3 and establish a very strong position here, or start calculating tactics and go with pawn takes pawn, which does seem to be very strong on the aggressive side, but it does hang the bishop on e5. So again, start to calculate tactics and see which is the best. But he only has 4 minutes. What would you do here with 4 minutes? Would you sacrifice the piece, Or push to e3. I would push to e3.
E3 is safer to me.
Maybe you don't have time to calculate. You're sacrificing a piece.
Although, okay, they have played only 26 moves. That's not enough. That's 14 more moves to be played.
And there's only he's under 4 minutes. I mean, is this a position? Yeah, he's under 4 minutes.
So shall we see what really happens after e takes f, queen e8?
But now I'm not sure if I have to sacrifice the queen in this position. I'm not totally sure. Maybe I can I need to calculate. Maybe I can capture the bishop with
G2 and king f1.
maybe
or
even with
something
this
like
rook here. Oh, computer doesn't like this one. Why doesn't
that.
it
Rook
like?
e5.
Is it this? Is it this? I was thinking to take back with the queen.
And rook g2 now.
And then rook g2.
Yeah.
Let's see. Take.
Queen g4. Oh,
No.
no.
We're missing moves. It must be rook takes g2 straight away.
First,
That's this one here. Okay, now this is forced.
And he took. We might see this
And
actually happening.
maybe now this move, intermediate move, now. So you hit the queen and we
And
still
the
have
rook
the rook
is
hanging.
hanging
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
Oy, oy,
So
oy,
he
that's
did
bad.
take. He did take. He did take then, you
So
said?
we cannot take the bishop on e5 with the d rook.
No, so we have to take it with the e-rook then.
E-rook.
Okay, let's go for it. Here, I'm sensing that this must be the normal move. And now where? To go to the corner? Or
Rook
to-
f1, king f1 is
King
on the
F2-1,
board.
okay.
Morrison here blitzing it out, not
Oh,
giving a chance.
this is the line then. This
Yeah,
is
yeah,
real
yeah.
life. Okay. Okay, so now he has an extra piece. The computer does hold the balance. Normally when you're a piece down and the computer says equality, there's a perpetual. So I'm sensing that maybe he has to play queen h4 and sacrifice the rook and go for a perpetual.
Oh, nice. He captured the rook on e5.
Okay.
That's on the board.
Okay, this forces rook takes e5.
Rook
no
takes
no
e5.
other chance. And
now
now maybe this
maybe
move.
queen h.
This move here is another candidate move, and of course, rook takes knight is a clear candidate move as well. He played, so let's see what he did. He took the knight, okay.
Rook to c2.
And now, what's he going to play Murzin? This is a very double-edged position.
If he gives a check, queen e8, king g7, there's no further checks.
No more checks.
If you give rook e8, king g7, no further checks.
But what he can do is check here and then capture on h5, because this threatens some mates around this area here, but more importantly, prevents black from coming here. I'm wondering if there's some perpetual here, and that's why the computer is saying equality.
Oh yeah,
I think
could
it's
be, because
perpetual.
you cannot take the pawn on
Because
f3,
then-
queen c6.
Exactly. This looks like perpetual. This must
Oh,
be
wow.
the line which might end in a draw. And this is a line that both. Oh, hold on. Yeah, yeah. The bar just moves around. This looks like it should be a draw. Yeah, because I don't think black can allow this queen to come here, or even the rook to come here and create a mating net. So what's the position now?
The current position is rook on c2, and white is thinking. White has a very comfortable 36 minutes here, so...
Well, he's probably seen the draw fast.
yeah.
So now he's looking for, do I have a win in this position? Can I play rook takes h5 and go for the win? But, yeah, look at this variation, for example, Kitty. Rook takes h5. Imagine black goes queen to g6 and threatens to come in here and give you checkmate. Is this something Volodar wants to do? No, 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 no. No, I think he's calculated the draw and he's going to take the draw. Because he's
He has to take
2600.
a draw because
Yeah,
his king is also
he'll take the
as
draw.
weak as black's king, and black has extra 2 pawns. Oh, there goes with 3 pawns on f5.
Yeah, no.
It's like...
Peter, this is a huge result for Peter, a huge result, because he gets a draw with black against a 2600 player, but also, you know, facing, playing me against you and playing very good chess. Yeah, he starts to move his pieces. I think he's going to take the draw. I don't really see him playing anything else. Let me check for a moment here. What other moves could he do? Queen t8, queen e8 doesn't make much sense. Okay, for example, let's do it the other way around. First check, and then take here with the rook. But here there's more moves for black.
King g6, I like very
King g6
much.
might be possible, yeah.
Rook c1 first and then king g6, so you don't drop
I
queen
agree.
e4.
Yeah, I agree. Check here, and now I'm not sure what's happening. But the computer says it's equal, but of course we know because we're watching the lateral bar. But this does seem more dangerous for white than for black because, I mean, these two pawns are still alive and they can help to create mating threats.
How about rook to h8 now? Because
Okay.
the difference compared to the other position is that after rook c2 there's king f3 and you don't have queen c6 move.
Okay. Now this seems to be
Yeah.
winning according to the computer. So black will need to find in less than 3 minutes a drawing idea here. So one idea would be to go with the queen to d6 as long as we can escape. That has to be calculated with 3 minutes. Very difficult. Another idea would be to go queen to f5.
Michael, what's the threat? If you give rook g8 check, king to h7. If you give queen to g8 check, queen g7. So there is
Well,
actually not very strong threat here.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure. We'd have to calculate the rook ending, but there would be a threat if I move my queen. That's the thing. So
Okay,
where,
queen e4 is a threat maybe.
queen e4, but where can I move my queen to create my own threats, not allowing his threats? The only solution I can see without the computer is queen to f5. And if he checks me with the queen, then king to f6. Rook to h6, king to e5, and just hope that I'm not mated.
Crazy. Oy.
But what are the moves? The computer says equality, and we know the check is not good. So this is a difficult position for black. He has to find a key move without knowing which is the correct move with 3 minutes. It's very difficult, Kitty. I don't know which move to play here with black. And I'm moving the pieces around.
Yeah, queen e6,
Look,
queen e8.
there they go.
They're going for this.
going towards
And meanwhile, there's no update on the first board, so we're gonna stick in here. And the moment we have the move on the first board, Dominguez, we're gonna go to that.
But this is the other way around. So in this variation, yes, we don't have the perpetual because king to f3 is possible. So now he has to play this king g6 move, and let's see if he finds it. How much time has he got left? 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
I would have changed round, but this seems so fun, this position. It's a pity not to leave here now.
For the moment, we are still fine because Dominguez is really taking his time, down to 17 minutes. At the moment he makes the move, I will tell Michael and we can go back to that. But this one seems to be very exciting right now.
Always nice as well to see Volodar playing because Volodar is considered one of the main promises to be, who knows, one day a world champion. So I remember, for example, interviewing and seeing Magnus Carlsen play in Lyon when he was 14 years old. And he actually looks a bit like Volodar, a young kid, blonde hair. And of course, I was thinking, no, this guy is so good. I wonder if he'll become world champion.
Yeah.
And that was when he was 14 years old.
Okay.
And now he's world champion. And the funny thing is, I met him in another tournament in Grinke.
Yes,
I asked him for a photo. We did a photo shoot. And I told him, Magnus, you probably don't even remember. But I interviewed you when you were 14 years old. And he said, yeah, and Leon, I remember.
Really?
He remembered, yeah.
He has a really good memory.
Very good memory, yeah. No, but I mean, I'm a random person who interviews him and he remembered. So that was nice. I felt nice. I felt, okay, well, he remembers me. That's good, yeah. Yeah, he remembered. He
has such a nice memory.
And he's a nice guy, very nice guy.
Yeah.
As long as you don't intrude in his space.
As long as he wins, isn't
And
it?
as long as he wins, you know. But this was outside the playing hall, so it was very nice. Yeah. Since then, I've talked to him many times, of course, but this was before. It was 2017, I think.
No,
okay, so he found
nice,
king to g6.
King to 6.
Which is the correct move. And now we're expecting this rook to h8. And then he has to find a move with under 3 minutes. I wonder if Volodar will play rook to h8 fast. Let's see.
Because there is no any other move, right? If rook goes on h3, you don't really...
Well, it might be an idea
anything.
to try and knock off the pawn. But I think it's much more dangerous to have the rook behind the king. And also still near the king. It also helps to create mating threats, but also the perspective, the defensive perspective for the opponent is much more dangerous when the rook is near the king. I think he'll go rook to h8. I'd be surprised to see rook to h3. Also on h3, it could be hit by the queen, which is something that we talked about before.
He goes for rook h3, and that's a very bad move.
According to the computer, it's a losing move.
It's a very bad move.
Yeah, according to the computer, it's a losing, which is the key.
Somehow I think something like rook g2 can be the move here, but I don't really know why is that.
Wow, because then when we check, you go here and win a tempi attacking the queen.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's
would be
threatening anything.
Well, actually, it's very interesting because, no, but he could just take the pawn on f3. I need to understand why the rook should go here. Maybe rook e2, hitting the queen could be an idea. And of course, queen to f5, hitting the rook with the idea of going to c5 or even b5. That seems dangerous. Let's look at this one.
But after
here.
queen g8?
Here?
No, queen g8.
Queen g8. He gets back into the game, no? Yeah. King
and
f6.
queen d8.
Here he probably gets a perpetual.
Yeah.
So what's the move? We need to find the killer move, Ketty.
We need
to find the killer move here.
Faster.
What is the killer move here? Is it check first? I don't think so. Is it f2? Is it f2?
How about rook to e2? Why not this one? Hitting the queen?
Then there's the check from behind.
Queen g7.
And just block. But then you're losing this pawn at the end. Doesn't make much sense. It's okay maybe for a draw, but not for a win.
Oh, you're 1 minute 30 sequence. He has
Turn
to
on the
find
computer.
you.
Tell me what the move is for black. We know that there's so many moves, so it's difficult to say. Queen g5.
Queen to e6.
Wow, now he will not. Oh, but understandable because after the swap of queens, you lose this pawn. But the pawn. This is very well played.
Yeah.
This will win. This will win. He'll. This will win.
And if you don't trade the queens,
and of course you don't
queen
do the
g8,
queen, the king will escape, and then he'll be mated.
King
on e2.
f5, because if king f6, that what he plays?
Rook
Oh,
h6.
he gives a check. He gives a check.
It's very difficult to see queen e6.
Maybe he will repeat the position.
I'm going to put this one again for tomorrow, from my tactics class. This is board 6, yes? No, board 4. Queen e6.
Oh, wow.
This
what
is
a drama.
This is a very good position for tactics. Very good position. Because it's so difficult. You've been playing for the check, for the mate, for the draw, and now the move is to go into the ending. Very difficult to see. Very difficult. Very difficult. So what did he play?
A rook to c1. And now after king f2, you cannot repeat the position to win some time because king captures the pawn.
Okay, and now this move is maybe not so good.
What he played? He played something like queen g5.
Okay.
Threatening queen to g2.
Can we get a zoom to the board? Okay. Queen g5, yes. So now he's straightened here. This looks like exchanging queens will be the only option here. You said before there was a check on e4 as well. So this is something to consider as well.
Yeah, I like this check actually.
No, but if you play here, then king g7, rook h7, king g8, and then there's no more checks. So maybe this is not so good.
But queen.
Okay, we can go with the queen, but then king
queen
f8.
d4.
Okay. But now you might be grasping on straws. Although there is a mate here if you play f6, so that's something to be worried about.
I think it's safe already.
Maybe it's still a draw. It's still a draw. But there's so many tricks now. Queen to f6, rook h7 will be winning. So it's tricky. Okay, now I think Volodar will be thinking for a while. He has 30 minutes. So let's go and check the other games, and we'll come back here for sure.
Let's go back to the first board. Dominguez made his move, and it's not d5.
We're worried about Dominguez.
We're worried very much.
We're worried about Dominguez.
He decided to move the rook on b file to prepare, perhaps before to open up the position.
Clearly b4 is the idea, and maybe protect. No, it's to play b4. I mean, there doesn't seem any other reasonable idea. 7 minutes against 14. many moves still ahead. Computer's giving +3 for his... All over the world they're saying Lenier is lost. You know how this goes, no? In the chats.
Yeah.
Lenier is lost.
Lost.
It's lost. I mean, computer's +3 is lost. He's lost. But what's the way to go to win this position?
That's a very good question. Michael, how about knight to c4?
Yeah.
And my idea is that if you take with the queen c4, then I will play knight d5.
Yeah.
Is that a possibility? If you take knight d5, bishop d5, intermediate move?
Yeah, this is nice. The white squares are all mine, yeah. And here we might get rook f1, we might get f6, we might take here. Yeah. This is good for white. Not very, very good, but good. This is good for white.
Yeah.
If he takes with the pawn?
If he takes with the pawn?
On c4?
Oh.
You play rook to king a1, which is a very typical idea in these positions, to go with the king to a1. So you can always defend if need be, and then just play for tactics. The thing is, with taking with the pawn, you only have one way of attacking. And if you don't get anything that way, white has free hand on the other side of the board.
In the game, bishop takes g5 to f6 happened.
Okay.
And Dominguez played knight f6.
Okay, he needs to
now
maintain.
They have very close time situation. 8 minutes 30 seconds for white, 14 minutes 50 seconds for black. It's not that much big difference on the clock.
I wonder why he exchanged on f6, because it wasn't absolutely necessary, and so I'm not quite
How about
sure.
b3 in this position?
b3 is critical. It's critical because that bishop. Now, if he exchanged to play b3, then I understand b3. Then I understand the exchange, because of course he's going to knock off the bishop. So let's see.
I want to drop the bishop with white.
I'm wondering if d5 will be played now.
Through this
I'm just
d5.
wondering. I'm just wondering.
Oy, oy, oy.
I'm wondering.
Because if you play b4 in this position, then knight c4,
That looks
pawn
good.
takes c3, queen takes c3. I'm very good in that position. I believe.
Take. And now it could be queen to c3, but there might be other moves as well. Here I have a grasp on the squares, but I think you're right. Just take here. I have a clear extra pawn, better king, good knight. This is very good. This is good and safe.
Safe, yeah.
Safe. It's not a decisive advantage. There are some scenarios where Lenier could exchange the knights and go for a bishop ending, which might be drawn, but it's clearly safe.
I love your idea, d5. Let's check out what happens after
It has
d5.
to be d5. It has to be d5. And we have to take the piece and see what happens.
Actually, I'm thinking maybe knight takes...
I'm not sure, but I do have two pieces defending. I don't think you can take the pawn on d5. Oh, knight takes
knight c4, yeah.
But you don't play b3 to take with the knight on c4. Then you do it before. Why would you weaken your queen side if you're not going to
Because
capture
b
the piece?
takes c4 is so dangerous.
But that's what you have to. But then you don't play b3. I'm not playing b3 and then not capturing the bishop.
In Georgian, we say that when you say hop, you have to also jump after that. You just cannot say hop without that. So you have to capture
We
the
can
bishop.
capture the pieces, and
Let's
if we
do
don't
that.
like it, we just go back. That's the good thing about commentating.
But now b takes c4, check, and d4
This
is
is
going.
right.
Yeah.
Check. This looks bad. This looks bad. So b3 is not something he'll
Let's check
contemplate.
knight c4.
This is the main move, I think. There may be other moves, but I think he'll do this.
After b3.
Oh, okay, b3. But this is unusual. It's something you wouldn't really think about as a player. Maybe the computer consider it, but as a player, to go here and then to capture the knight is a bit unusual. But let's see. b3, d5.
Bishop takes f6 first.
Sorry. Bishop takes
Bishop
f6.
takes.
Knight takes.
b3, d5.
d5, and now we capture with the knight.
Knight c4.
To capture on d5 with the
d5,
other.
yeah.
So let's see, he takes with this one here, and now let's how this evolves. I've played b3 now. Why would I want to play b3?
I would play knight d5.
Okay, knight d5. Let's go for it. Take.
And rook takes d5.
And rook takes. Okay, this is stable, but you haven't won material yet. But
I'm hoping that it's an obstacle color bishop position with heavy pieces on the board.
And to
Your
attack a
king
bit.
is weaker than my king.
But is white's king totally safe?
No, absolutely
This
not.
is a bit double-edged, but at least Lenier is back in the game here.
Yeah, they played some moves.
Let's go back.
I think the bishop is off the board.
So-
Knight c4 has been played.
Okay, he took. took.
Yes.
Can we get a close-up to the game? And we can see what was happened.
There was no D5. Oh, they played B3,
Oh,
D5.
he played B3.
Yeah.
Okay. Or is this our line?
No, they played it.
Is there a knight on C4? I can't.
And the pawn on B3.
Can we get a close? The pawn is on B3. I can see that.
Yes.
What I can't see if white took on C4 with the knight.
Yes, knight is on
Yeah,
C4.
he's doing your line.
Let's go.
He's doing your line. yeah, he's done your line.
It's not, if it's not
Vamos,
working, it's
vamos.
not my fault.
Vamos. Okay, so now we were thinking to capture
What
with the
happens
D
after,
pawn, yes?
after B takes C4?
Okay. Now this pawn is hanging.
Knight takes,
So
bishop takes, you're
it has
safer.
it has to be considered. Take with the bishop.
Yeah, bishop for sure.
And now I'm sensing that this must be the move. And of course the pawn on A3 is hanging. But what to do here? Is there any tactic? I can't see any tactic. F6 could be strong, and then rook F1. This is one tactic, and I'm going to go for it. Why not? But first I have to deal with
Maybe
this. So
take
let's take
with
with the
bishop
pawn.
B3. Okay.
Well, or maybe with the bishop,
Yeah.
I'd have to think. Because this does give me the extra file if I need it. And now, for example, if he does take here, I'm thinking either king A2, or I'm thinking rook E1, or I'm thinking F6. Which one of these is the best move? I would really like to play
Very
F6.
scary position.
I would really like to play F6 here because if I get F6 in, I isolate the E5 pawn and I start creating a huge amount of tactical ideas here. I'm going to just put it and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
if
also
he
you are
likes it.
taking square
Taking squares away from the
E7
bishop.
square, yeah, from bishop from king.
This is dangerous for black, but he shouldn't capture the A3 pawn, I think. He needs to consolidate here. He needs to do something. I'm not sure. But white is better in this position.
Okay, and
So
if,
he needs to take with the D pawn.
if D takes...
He has to take with the D pawn, with this one here. This is the variation we were looking back before.
There's also B4 move, which like holds the position, but A5
To close,
is very,
to
very,
close.
very straightforward move there for black. You don't really need to think too much. 95 seems
I think
to be
95 is safe, but
logical.
Lenier is back in the game. He had a
Yeah.
worse position before, because at least according to the computer, his position was worse. Now he's slightly worse, but then again, slightly worse, but less chances to win.
Yeah.
Because the position is simplified, and it could easily go into a position with opposite colored bishops.
Is rook D5 here too extreme move?
White has played. I don't know
What?
what move, but he's played. Knight takes C4. Oh, Lenier is still thinking.
Yeah,
oh,
he's still
sorry.
thinking.
So what moves is Lenier thinking then? Oh, there's D4 as well.
Queen E5? Rook B8
Oh,
is
Queen
hanging.
E5. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. So this one's bad. So yeah, I think he has to capture with the B pawn. He's probably calculating capturing with
Maybe
the B pawn.
rook C8 or some sort of this kind of moves, but they would not work. 95 is a simple.
It would be weird. No, he's probably just calculating the sequence. Pawn takes, knight d5, and seeing if he's surviving there. And if he sees he's surviving there, he'll probably go for that move. Let's stay a moment in this position. Or if you see any other really interesting position, we can jump and then come back. In the other 8 boards, anything interesting happening?
All of them are so interesting, actually. Difficult to suggest anything. If we can quickly take a look on the board file, we have some of really serious changes here in this position from the
Board five?
yeah.
Okay, this
From
was
the-
Fiorito.
Yeah,
I was saying that black's position looked easier to play.
yeah.
And where are we now? Let's go to the end.
F3,
We're
yeah.
here, and yeah, this is what. So white eventually won the pawn on a5, but black. Do you remember I told you if he puts these pawns and starts
Yeah.
rolling,
It's going to
it's
be
gonna- it's going to
unstoppable.
be a. And now look at this position.
And look at the both bishops, B8, E6,
He's
they're
being crushed.
both just
He's being
on the
crushed.
side.
Probably around here. Already, I didn't like knight h4 because it seemed to me that allowing the bishop to go back was better. But the mistake was probably around here. E5, E4 with Tempe,
To allow that to happen.
F5, f4. I mean, come on, you're going for the piece, but you're getting crushed on the queen side. Bam.
Yeah.
Now the threats are so strong. Queen g5 is a threat. Pawn takes e2 is a threat. Knight takes a5 is a threat. This is game over, and with 1 minute it's a game over. Yeah. The rolling pawns. The rolling pawns. Okay, let's jump back to Lenier. He's still thinking his move. And what other games do we have here? Let's have a look how our Dojo David is shaping up. Dojo David, my new name
Good
for him.
one.
Dojo David. Okay, so you remember we had this position where the rook was shaking on b4. He went for the pawn capture and was probably thinking of sacrificing the rook at some point, if need be. Now the rook is isolated and bishop d2 is a threat. So he went for d5, take, bishop f5, rook c1, and always the rook is bad. But here the exchange, and this was the position. Slightly better for white, but with a lot of game still. Black secures a stronghold on c5, so he keeps the game balanced. And, well, David is doing well. He's doing well. He's holding the position quite well, so Prues holding equal position against Sicilian. Let's jump back to Lenier. So Lenier's game is very important.
Is the game.
We can't
This
leave
game
this one.
is the game. So he's thinking.
I wonder what he's thinking.
He's thinking 8 minutes against 5 minutes at this
He
point.
spent already 5 minutes on this move, and unless he does something very special, he might need these minutes in a while. Is there any other moves? Does the computer suggest anything else than b takes c4?
Let me actually see what computer suggests here. So d takes c4 is the main line here.
And the second line is clearly worse?
I don't know what's the second line because I have only one line.
Oh.
Wait, let's like this?
Yeah. Choose a few.
No,
I think
don't
you can
see.
you can choose a couple of options there on. Yeah. It will probably give you the option of choosing a more in settings, and choose here purple. No. Coordinates. No, it's not here. Maybe here.
Engine line,
lines,
yeah.
put 3, and we might get an idea if the second line is much worse.
Oh, yeah, way much worse.
So
d
why-
takes c4,
So why is he thinking about
b
it?
takes c4, and e4 are the suggested moves here. And d takes c4 is actually a fine move in this position.
Yeah, it was more. It's the variation we were looking
Yeah.
at. But the thing is, I'm sure he's going to play that move. But why is he taking so long? That's what I don't understand. Look, he's about to play. Yeah.
He's about to play.
Yeah, he's about to play. There he goes. Come on, Lenier. I know you're about to play, so go with d takes c4.
All right, there is actually. Okay, he's about to make the
I
move.
think his body language suggests that he's about to make the move, but he doesn't really want to, no? Maybe he really wants to play the other one, but he's sort of thinking. He does want to maintain some winning chances. And if he takes with d after knight d5, the position is very equal. So, and probably difficult to win. But if he goes the other way, he could lose. That would be a disaster.
Oh, wow. Michael, there is actually a very nice
Okay.
line I just checked.
Okay.
If we can see this. D takes c4,
Okay.
this is the move.
Okay.
And here, before knight d5 are two candidate moves. After b5, the game is still on.
Okay.
So b5, before a5, knight d5 now. Knight takes d5, rook takes d5, and game is on.
Anything can happen here.
Anything can happen.
Yeah,
Complicated.
because it's complicated here, yeah.
So let's go back. If white goes with knight to d5
I would think he'd go knight
instead.
d5 straight away. Yeah, let's see what
Yeah.
happens here.
Now knight takes d5, rook takes d5, and black goes with c takes b3 first.
Okay.
You have to recapture it back because
Okay.
queen c2 is a serious
Okay.
threat. And now black has the best move here, not going for defense to e5,
Okay.
rook to c8.
Okay, this is a
You're
move that
fighting for
that
c5.
we can find this idea.
And white can go with queen to e5.
Queen to e. Wow, letting him come into c2.
Yeah. Any other move, game is on.
Okay.
And after queen e5, queen c2, king goes only one move,
Rook
a1.
h6 now. Rook h6.
And now the rook h6 is a very strong move.
to play bishop f6.
But there is also queen to c3.
Just exchange the queens.
Yeah.
No? Take. And what's happening here? 5 against 4. Opposite colored bishops.
You might continue with rook to e1 to
Okay.
pin and king f.
And to threaten f6.
Yeah, king
Okay.
f8. That's the final move in this line.
Well, pawn on b3 is attacked. King a2, rook c2. The bishop's coming to f6. Black should be okay here for a draw. It should be okay for a draw, but not more.
But
Not
how
more.
good is draw for him?
No,
Then he has
but
to
also
play
this is
so
a huge. This is
many.
such a long line to calculate.
Very
I mean,
long
there's so many pieces on the board. Look, they're playing. He went 95. So he went d takes
D takes
c4,
C,
95.
95.
He played it immediately. Didn't even
Yeah.
think of
I
b4.
like how fast he's
Yeah,
actually playing and
very
using
pr-
his opponent's time.
Very practical player. Very practical. Now he could take with the bishop on d5.
Rook takes d5 is
He
strong.
could take with the rook. We know the rook is stronger, but he might think that taking with the bishop is okay as well to protect the queen side. Let's see what happens now. Lenier captured back.
Okay, if you take with the bishop, then c takes b, and bishop a3
Then-
is the move.
Then you'll take the pawn, yeah.
So he already took rook d5.
He takes with the rook. He wants to keep the threats on the board. And now Lenier has to find pawn takes pawn, and rook to c8. Okay. Let's see the moves. Okay, for the moment, the moves on the board
Are a bit
are
delayed.
a bit delayed with respect to the moves on the screen on the actual game. This is fun, sitting here watching the games and analyzing the moves. It's something I always enjoy.
Yeah.
I enjoy talking about chess and
So nice,
calculating lines.
actually.
It's very
And
enjoyable.
you know what I really like as well, that we have this opportunity, players don't have, they have opportunity after the game. We're sitting here, two people sharing the ideas. There's very often also chat suggesting the moves, but now we cannot have it, right? We are a bit in advance, 10 minutes in advance. But then we have the chance to look and scan with lines with the engine.
Yeah.
And somehow engine becomes the third commentator,
it's the
gives
third
these
commentator,
brilliant
yeah.
ideas.
Yeah.
This is so incredible, actually.
Yeah.
So how much we're learning, right?
As you know, I prefer to analyze without the engine,
Yeah.
but with the bar. So if I do make a mistake in the analysis, I can quickly realize it and don't lose too much time going through rabbit holes. And then the spectators are saying, wow, but this is clearly losing, so do something else, no? But I do prefer not to see the engine moves because I think that
You're
takes
getting
takes
addicted
away
to
my
that,
and it takes away my creativity
Yeah.
because then I start thinking not for myself, but I'm just repeating the engine moves, and that's not. I think to have to know if something is going in the right direction is good because we're jumping from game to game.
Yeah.
So you can't expect me to think at the same level as Lenier Dominguez, obviously.
Yes.
But so it's good to have an idea if my direction is correct, but I need to think by myself. So he played knight d5, no? Oh,
He goes
found
rook to c8.
At what moment? That's the thing.
95, rook d5 was already played, Michael.
But the moves haven't appeared.
I
on the
have
board.
seen on the camera.
So it was 95 has been played.
Yes.
Okay.
Takes.
Take.
Pawn takes pawn.
Take,
They follow
take.
the main line here.
And rook c8.
Rook c8, yes.
Nice. But this might go for a draw then, and,
Yeah.
and not so long. The moves are not updated.
We're guessing now everything.
Here they come. Okay. So let's actually put the correct position. Here they come. And now we were suggesting queen takes e5 as the main move.
Rook c8 is already on the board,
So
yeah.
queen takes
there.
e5, queen c2, king h1, queen c3, and to go towards the ending.
the
But
end game.
do you think? So
But can
draw.
also be ambitious with queen e2, right? To avoid queen c2.
Okay,
move. I don't know how
okay.
good is this move, but you can go ambitious.
Just protect the second rank.
Rook
And,
e5 is a threat.
And then maybe he will go either. Oh, by the way, if you play queen e2 and he goes f6, we do have bishop h5 check, and he loses his castling rights. Okay, maybe it's not such a big a deal because the king can go here and we can't bring the queen over because of the mate, but it is a threat. So what to do after queen e2?
I would say king f8 is such a natural move here for me. If you play rook to e5, then bishop f6, sort of invitation to capture this pawn.
Nice. Or maybe even queen c3 could be an option. But this seems reasonable. Yeah, queen f8. And now, if you capture with the rook, this is starting to become dangerous.
Very dangerous. Queen c3 comes along.
Now Lenier will be very happy. So, and remember what I said before about the ending. This could be vital in some endings. If they get to a rook ending, for example, and the rook comes in to g3 square, that this is very, very strong. So, okay, so what did White play? He's still thinking, no?
White is, still thinking. He's going to play his queen. I think he wants to play queen e2, yeah?
In Spanish we say the grua.
Oh, he takes the pawn on e5 with the rook.
With the rook. Was that okay?
I don't know.
Was that okay?
Rook e5, queen c2, king a1.
Okay.
Oy, oy, oy.
Oh, this for some reason is bad. Don't ask me why, but some reason this is very bad. Because there's double threat
F6
now.
Is, you can trade the queens and rook e7.
So we can't check on c2.
I like king f8.
Now king f8.
I really love this move.
This could be very, very interesting. I'm wondering if White is thinking of playing rook to c1 against king f8.
Oh.
But then you exchange everything, can take the pawn on a3
Straight.
check, and a draw for sure is there, no? Let's see. King f8. Or does he want to play rook to e1? That seems risky, very risky.
Too risky. Bishop f6.
So what about, so let's just,
No, queen c2, bishop f6 is a pin. Queen c2, king a1, and bishop f6.
So let's go for this move here. And let's suppose that black will swap off all the material. And this should be heading to a draw. I think he does have to capture the pawn on a3 with check. I'm not sure where I have to go, but let's say c2 for the sake of reasoning. And this is going to be a draw. I mean, okay, he can play on forever, but I really don't think. But I can tell you something. If they get here, I'm going to give my money to Lenier with rook h6.
Yeah.
I think the game will still be a draw, but Lenier has, overcome the worst parts of the game. He can bring his king in through the dark squares, and he does have a 2-against-1 on the queen side. Probably a draw, but Lenier can be here for another hour. So if they get to this position, and it's highly likely after rook takes e5.
King f8 is already played.
He's played king f8. You can see that on the board, no?
Yeah, I see king f8.
Nice. Nice, Lenier. Come on. Such a good player.
Yeah.
Such a nice person as well. Well, Lenier. I would love him to go to the candidates. Of course, I wouldn't mind Wesley So going as well. But Lenier, being an American, having the candidates there. Okay, Wesley, of course, is also American, so any of the two. Okay, so he played rook c1, exchange, and they're going for it. So now we can really start seeing the other games because this is going. Let's just see if he takes on a3.
But
let's see if he takes.
We have to actually shut out also Shrib.
Let's see. Yeah, he takes
FIDE
the pawn,
master only, playing so well.
He's playing very well. Yeah, he's playing very well. If he plays like this the rest of the tournament, he might get an IM.
How fast he played all this move. Incredibly clear.
So now Lenier now knows that he's not going to lose this game for sure, and he's going to push for a win. But the position will probably still be a draw. Well, yeah.
Very interesting.
I think we still have a nice hour and a half for the third part of the broadcast. Most of the games are arriving to the control now, or have already arrived.
Yeah.
So,
Michael, I suggest to take final look at
Yes,
the
which one?
second board.
okay, let's go
So it
to
was a bit
Alexenko again.
shaky.
Okay, we left it here. Let's go straight to the position. Okay. Okay, so Alexenko has 5 pawns, and his opponent Rakesh has 5 pawns. But now the position is stabilized, and white does seem to be slightly better. He pushed the knight out of f4, which was very important, and got his own knight to f5. And if the queens are exchanged, okay, d4 has just been played. The knight has to go back. The queen will go to g3 maybe. White is slightly better here. No?
Somehow he turned the table.
He turned
He's back in the game.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. But around here, rook to c, he played knight to f5. Pawn on e5 was hanging. Oh, nice tactic here. But
King G3.
he saw this move in advance.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Love it.
The knight has
Both
to
of
go
pieces
back.
are hanging now.
Take, and he gets to this position. And now there's no knight on f4. The king is active, and I have the center pawn. So the position is equal, material, but white has still some chance of attacking. Very important, the knight cannot be expelled because of mate. So white is a bit better in this position.
White is a little bit better in this position, as we have almost passed all the dramas on top boards.
Yep.
We're gonna take our second break.
Small break. Yeah.
Very small break, but actually we have prepared some very interesting footage for our viewers.
Oh, nice.
This is the day 2, round 2 here in Sitges, but somehow I feel that I'm here forever, at least 2 weeks, because we have been involved into many activities already. So we have prepared a small video for our viewers.
Spanish omelette will appear now.
With opening ceremony, you guys gonna see some of the magics from the opening ceremony.
The magic.
You're gonna see the first round recap as well. We had a bullet tournament, and we had cooking masterclasses, workshop, and then chess masterclasses. So much to see, guys. Let's take a look at that, and we will be back shortly.
a quest for the most complete chess player. Can you think of a chess event where anyone can win, regardless of whether being a grandmaster or an amateur? Can you think of an event where a win counts more than 2 draws? Can you think of an event that rewards players who enjoy playing more chess games? Can you think of an event that combines different chess variations? We think it is possible. It will be so fun that it should not be a closed tournament, but open to every chess player. And there's no better moment than the 10th anniversary of our Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival to announce a new way of enjoying over-the-board tournaments even more. We'll still have an admirable and very strong classic chess open champion. We'll still have Blitz tournaments winners like in previous years. It'll be the first edition of our event when we'll have a player succeeding in a rapid chess tournament. Also, for the first time in our festival, players will go out of their comfort zone in a Fischer Random Blitz chess tournament. And we'll all have fun playing over-the-board bullet games while having some drinks. But here's the big news. We'll count all the wins players can score in all 5 of these chess variations, and we'll add them weightedly, granting some additional points for the draws they get. But be careful. 1 win will never be the same as 2 draws. Grandmasters and amateurs will be mixed in a single classification, in the quest for the most complete chess player. Welcome to the first ever chess pentathlon. Welcome to Sunway Sitges.
coming back in the round 2 at Sunway Sitges Chess Festival, supported by Chessable. Here we are in the studio, Kathy and Michael, and we do have already the last parts of today, and we do have 2 top boards down. We do have the result, Michael. Let's now bring up the chessboard on the screen and go through with the final position on both boards.
Okay, so Katie, it's night time. We're in the end game, the third part of the broadcast, and as you said before to me, Lenier had drawn. Probably he wasn't expecting this result. As everyone knows, he really has to put in the points to get the rating points to go to the candidates. Now he's under his expected points, but of course the tournament's just started. He plays with black. It was a tough game, and after all those trials and tribulations, we arrived at the position where the rooks were eventually exchanged. He did try some things here, but to no avail. So rook h6 was the move I suggested, but quickly his opponent went for a great strong attack on f7, and you really can't stop this. And the only thing you can do is start exchanging pawns. And when you start exchanging pawns, the rooks are going to come off the board. A draw was agreed. I think his opponent is really deserving of this draw. Very deserving. He played very well. He played ambitiously. So you will have to remember this name, Shak Jaid from India. From
Lada
Shak Jaid from USA.
Yes. Oh, it's so difficult, but we're gonna learn his name.
Lada. We'll call him Lada. I'm sure he'll agree. And he got a good draw.
On the when we had a break, I had to use the elevator to reach one of the floors, and I saw him in the elevator.
Lada or Lenier?
No. Lada.
Okay.
Yes, and
You
he was very
him?
yes.
He was excited, yeah.
Yes, he is really young. Actually.
Maybe he's a friend of Wesley. He's also from the United States, so Wesley told him, try this one against Lenier. No? Okay.
So he was very happy, so he was like, how did you play? And he said, I drew, and he was like visibly very happy.
Of course.
No question why he was so happy, of course. That's one of the biggest results.
It's a slight upset for
everyone.
Lenier, but as we mentioned on the first day, here there are 10 rounds. He has 10 rounds to get these 2 rating points. He had one yesterday. Of course, with the draw today, he'll lose 3 or 4. But we also said that he had to finish at least 5 rounds of the tournament. So this, in some sense, although it's unfortunate for him, in some sense for the tournament and for the viewers, it's a positive, because now he'll have to play many more rounds to try and get those points. So hopefully we'll have Lenier here for a while. For me, he's the favorite to win the tournament. That I can say already. Probably not with 9 out of 10, but obviously he's one of the 2 or 3 main men here to win this tournament. Alexenko also won. We left the position around here, where already Alexenko had turned the tables around and was starting to get a slightly better position, and we can quickly see what happened. This is where we left the position.
Very
D4,
fast after this move.
knight to g6, h4 to try and push the knight even further back. Queen to b2 check. Doesn't seem such a bad move, but after king g1, the king goes back with queens on the board, so that was good. And now this seems to be a mistake. Would we have played h5?
Blunder, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Rook d8 and h-pawn.
It's a double attack. I wonder why he felt the need. Of course, he was very low on time. But what was the threat here that sort of forces him to make this type of concession? Okay, h5.
But I see that White didn't play queen g5 there.
He didn't.
Michael,
he might even have a better move.
He played something as rook to f1.
So this probably suggests that against queen d5, maybe there's queen e2. Maybe it's slightly holding because of this double attack. But after queen f1, this is very good. Probably he missed this move. Now queen g5 is a threat, but also This is hanging in several lines. Now, I'm just wondering why he played h5. I can only think that h5, knight f8 and queen g3 was something that was so worrying that he just said, okay, I'll just stop the pawn, but then bad things happen. Alexenko went on to win very comfortably here, hitting the pawn on h5, and it's game over. Ah, nice.
Ooh.
Nice. So look how he coordinated all his pieces for the attack.
Oh, wow.
Well played, very well
Maybe
played.
another game for your
Very well.
tomorrow's
A nice
tactics.
tactic. Yep, because this is quite a nice position to find the finish. Although,
After h5, perhaps.
yeah, for example, in this position, here we can suggest the move to win, but this is not so difficult to find. This is maybe a simple one to start off the
Warm up.
session.
Yeah.
And we have more results. We have
We
another result
have,
on
board
board
5 and
we were looking
6.
at this game, and as we can see, he's been crushed on the king side. We left the game here, just after this position, and we could see that Fiorito was having big trouble. He won a pawn on the queen side, but his king side is in big danger. So bishop to d2, pawn takes pawn, already threatening queen to h, but this is crushing. I could even think that this might be a threat in any moment. Ketty, he's going for the attack. Now he's
Wow.
practically lost. There's no way you can save
Possible
this
to
type of position.
save the white's
is
king.
good.
All the black's pieces are
This is
just
good.
attacking white's king on the way.
No way to save this position.
Bishop.
This is
Oh,
nice.
wow.
This is nice. Very nice.
With
Very
all the
nice.
checks.
Very nice. Oh, I would have gone
Queen h1.
h1 and
Rook
then
f3
rook
then.
to f3, but okay.
And then g1
It's a
queen.
choice. A choice. He went for this one. Simple, effective, and a win. So Puranik goes on to two out of 2. And there's another game here.
The next game, Leon against Leon.
Anastasia. Remember we looked at this game at the start of the round, and we were saying that Anastasia was, holding back. She had a difficult position on the queen side. She tried to do something on the king side. She went for the break. I think she actually drummed up quite a bit of an attack. Look, she played the 2 knights to the king side, brought the bishop in as well, brought the knight up. Of course, on the queen side, she's in big trouble, but she was able to go to the attack. But of course, her opponent just played solid, stopped everything, and in the end, there was a bit of fireworks, but nothing happened, and she ended up losing. And the other game, Prues drawed. Remember the game between Sicilian and Drad? That was a draw.
There was a draw, yeah.
That was a draw. And I'm sorry. The fourth board is the interesting one. You remember this one here? The kid.
Oh, yes.
This was a really interesting one.
Very interesting game.
So, like this. Of course, black wants a draw. No draw. And the game continues.
I had a feeling that Murzin Volder will continue this game until the very end because he
And
likes to push as much as possible.
And he
Use
finally
all
got to the end game. He gets to the end game. And what do you think of this end game? Will he win? Ooh, nice.
Black is on time to capture all these pawns, yeah?
The bar doesn't move. So, according to the computer, all these moves are perfect play by both players. Not so difficult, quite standard, but perfect play. What do you think? Will Volodar Murzin defeat the German international master in this endgame?
Michael, I don't see that happening because what's the way to improve the position? If you push b7, thank you very much, I'm going to capture it.
That's
you
mine.
cannot cross the b
Can't
file
cross the
because
B
the
file.
rook controls. You can push the pawn forward h4, h5, but I also have a pawn on the other side.
I think he'll probably go now, rook to a8. This seems very sensible, attacking the pawn. And now I wonder, which is the way to go? For example, let's say I capture this one here. Then you can advance the pawn, and now I'm lost. So this is not going to happen. So what should I do here? Should I go a3?
Can we go?
Something
Can
like
we go
this?
check?
Or check first, okay.
Without giving the
Just
pawn.
a check. See what he does with his king, no?
Yes.
See where he goes. If he goes back, we can check again. And if he goes here, I can attack again.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
That looks like a draw.
If king goes b5 and then king a6 sneaking there on b7,
But then you're in front of the pawn.
you're not on time and you might stuck your king on very wrong place.
That could be dangerous, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. So here, king here. I think now I'm going to push the pawn. Yeah, this could even be dangerous. No, black can't lose a position with a pawn on the 7th rank. I think Peter is going to get a draw here. It's not going to be easy, and it will be very deserving as well, because he's played the whole game with energy. He had his winning chances, or at least creating some chances. Very well played by... We'll pop rounds here at the end again, just in case. But this does look as a draw is going to be the most probable result. Then, for some time, we haven't been following the game of Aravind Chittaramambam. So let's see.
Arvind, he's still in progress, so we can take a look
let's
at
go.
that game.
Okay, we left it here very early in the opening. Let's just see how the game progressed. Very sensible moves by both players. Okay, so he got a good squares for the knight. And white does have a bad bishop, so black is slightly better here strategically. This is dangerous. He allowed... Look, Ketty, this is a funny one. What move wouldn't you do with black in this position?
Would I not to do?
What move would you do, and what move wouldn't you do? Because I would not do what Aravind did, for sure.
Okay, I will not look at this side of the board then, because there are moves. I will never do f6 move.
Okay.
I will never do move like b6.
Okay.
I also think not to do like any pawn moves, like
No pawn
c6, or because they are weakening the.
But if I had to do a pawn move, wouldn't you do c6 to avoid the knight going to d5?
d5, that's right.
But would you do c5? I wouldn't do
No.
c5. Of course, you do put more pawns on white squares, which is bad for the bishop. But it's hard for me to see myself allowing this knight to jump to d5.
You know why he might just choose that move? Because black also maintains the strength on d4 square for the knight. And if we compare our pieces, I can trade my bishop to knight.
That is true.
And my knight on d4 will stay forever on the dark square because you have a light square bishop.
That is true. That is true. Maybe he was thinking if he puts the pawn on c6 to stop the knight coming to d5, white can play c5 and then progress with his bishop to c4. That's probably the reason. Yeah, I agree. So this is what happened. And now we're going to the key position. Position is more or less equal. Black slightly better. And finally, we're going to get to the position where they are now. He gave up the exchange for the pawn. So white won the exchange. And now the game continues with a very strong knight on d4 for the b2 rook. That's the unbalance. And I'm not really sure if black is trying to win here, but he's slightly worse. If the game progresses even more. And this is the position. So, what do you think? Do you think Chittaramambam has risked too much? Because now he's a clear exchange down. Ketty, there's just one exchange down. Unless he wins by attack with black, he's an exchange down. And the position is totally open.
Exchange down. But how about these pawns, all of them at the same square as the bishop? It sort of limits the bishop on the board.
Yeah.
And if we can find out the way, it's black to move, right? So the pawn on e4 is hanging.
This pawn is hanging, but this one is hanging as well.
Yeah, e4 pawn is
and if you capture here, you might be threatening this in some moments as well.
I'm also thinking here, how about knight takes on e4, threatening knight g3 check?
Okay, trying to hit these two squares here. Yeah.
And you cannot that freely leave the first rank. Rook a5 might be rook d1 blunder already. So you cannot bring your queen all the way to the other side of the board when there is a strong
You're
attack.
right. This is a cool tactic. Here,
Rook
here.
d1.
Nice, very nice. Not so clear, this. Computer says white is okay, but the moves it probably has to find are not so easy.
Yeah.
Not so easy. And he's still under pressure in time. Well, not time trouble yet, but this is the second control, and time is going down. So yeah, he does have the extra exchange, but it's because he has to decide which pawn to capture with which pawn.
And let's say
The
bishop
knight or the
e4
bishop.
as well.
This is also interesting.
Knight h3 is a move.
Yeah. I think that if this happens, maybe the rook will come running back to b3 to protect the rank, and at some point try and trade off the queens, keeping this rook on a1 so that the black rook can't get in. So
How about a4 kind of moves here? If you
try and-
take, bishop
yeah,
c2, rook d1 again, a
I
threat.
was thinking to move the rook somewhere. I'm not sure where. Maybe here. Maybe here. This seems okay because, yeah, no, I still have this pawn here on c5. Well, this is a position that could go either way, Ketty, I think. It could go either way. It could go, I can see this position going white's way, but I can also see it going black's way if a tactic comes about. But by material, white is doing better. And the tactics will only happen if white allows them. So, yeah, this could be a surprise result. We'll see if Aravind he's over there in the screen. We'll see if he's able to hold this position. But I think it's best to capture with the knight and keep the knight with the checks near there. Sometimes, Ketty, as you know, we know that sometimes with the knight on e4, let's advance. If this h-pawn gets here, then we can start
nice.
preparing some, checkmating patterns. But yeah, the advantage is minimum. I think knight takes e4 is the best move to keep the options open. Did he play?
He's
He's still thinking, no?
still thinking.
Huge amount of very good French players. The French chess in the latest 10 years has risen a lot, and there are so many French players. I'm going to play in France at the beginning of the year from 2 to 6th in Tours, next to Nantes. So I'll get a chance to play with all the French players,
Oh, nice.
apart from some other title players. And it'll be a good chance to see how the French chess has evolved. And there's 27 of them here, I think. Yeah, 27 French players. That's a huge amount of players. 27 French players.
Yeah, I used to play a lot
France.
a lot of
Tu parles
tournaments.
français aussi? Oui.
A lot of tournaments in France because I was living there for like about 1 year.
Really? Where were you
Yeah.
living in France?
Paris, of course.
Oh, in Paris, of course.
Sorry, like
Michael, of course. Why would you think it's... I played for...
maybe
Avignon.
I lived in the 19th district, but it was still France. And I played a lot of tournaments there. Back then, they had not that much of the players or the kids interested because it was like some years ago. But now when you see at the youth competitions, cadets competitions, how big is the French
France is very
delegation?
strong. Yeah, France is very strong.
And one of the best tournaments and the best experience I had in some parts of the France where they have the small tournaments organized with the local families,
Yep.
and they were cooking some nice homemade food, and you had so good opportunity to socialize with each other, and also had some like side.
Is for the Avignon team in the south of France. And during those 8 years, I got a chance to go and play. Of course, some of the games at home in Avignon,
Yeah.
but we went to Nice, to Cannes, to Toulouse, Montpellier, Marseille, Paris, all over the place, but not on the left side of France. So the part of Bordeaux in the south and Nantes in the north, that area, I don't know. This is where I'm going to go this year, see how it goes. It'll be a nice trip in any case. Chess, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Because one thing is commentating and the other thing is playing, as two completely different things. Okay, so what are the results we have here? There was a draw in here. This game, we haven't seen it, hardly anything of this game. This is Cristobal Enriquez. Toby playing a very good event. And we're exactly in this position now. He's playing against Christos Alexiadis, an international master, a FIDE master from, I think it's Greece. So let's take stock of this position. Okay, let's just think. They've arrived at the 14 of control, I think. Yep. And let's do an evaluation of the position. So, guys, this is for everyone. We can learn how to analyze and evaluate the position. What I normally do is count the material, check the king's safety, and if it's equal there, then I go for the details, strategic details. So, material, it's equal in pieces and 5 points each. So, material equal. King safety. King safety is very important. Both kings seem relatively safe. So the position can't be very different from one to the other if the material is equal and the kings are safe. Now, we have pawn structure. White is doing quite well in pawn structure. Black does have a pass pawn, but it's backward. So white is doing well. But what about piece activity? Now, there I seem to like black a bit better in piece activity.
Yeah, these two pieces are looking quite nice, but there are still some pieces still to be improved. Like queen on b8 is not doing too much.
Not doing too much. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is a
You're
pity.
pointing out 98, 96. Maybe it's better to have d6, f6, kind of knight move. So he's actually
Look.
taking care of that.
Yeah,
Queen
he's
to
trying to
a8.
improve somehow his queen to get it to a better square. Yeah. Also, I was looking here. Black probably at some point might want to get h4 in, try to provoke g4, and then this bishop on g2 could become a bad piece in the future. So the position is equal. White is playing okay. I think that when the position is equal with a lot of pieces on the board, my general impression is that the better player ends up taking advantage of the mistakes of the weaker player. That's my general impression. After a 4-hour game, Cristobal has much more experience, and with so many pieces on the board, it's slightly more probable that his opponent will make a mistake. But for the moment, equal game, and we have to come back here a bit later. And the board 9, here we have an ending, more or less equal ending according to the computer. So it's as it's an ending, we don't look much at the king's safety. Kings are okay. Black has rook and 3 pawns plus a bishop, and black has rook and 3 pawns plus a bishop. Normally this will end in a draw. The stronger player is Vahab Sanal, who will try and create something, but this is practically the same as Lenier's game. Rook and bishop and a few pawns, rook and bishop and a few pawns with opposite colored bishops. So most probably Molina will hold Vahab Sanal to a draw in this game.
Okay,
So quite a few
Molina,
draws today.
she's a great woman grandmaster actually. Unfortunately, I never seen her
Very strong player.
Playing at the some of the top women competitions. Probably
That is
she
true.
plays
That is true.
more open tournaments. But this is a new name for me, and it's quite surprising because covering a lot of women events, but playing here in this sport already.
And playing
so
very
quite
well.
decent.
I mean, it's not easy to keep a balanced position against a player so strong as Vahab Sanal. So many moves, no? So there's going to be quite a
Michael-
few draws today then.
Michael, we have to go back on the game of Christos against Cristobal because something incredible just happened.
Okay, okay.
So one move back here, this position after rook to queen to a8.
He went for the
rook
sacrifice.
d4 has happened,
Okay.
and that is
Okay.
the brilliancy on chess.com. That's
Nice.
how we call
Nice.
it. That's the
Nice.
brilliant move that White has just played, and after a pawn takes, bishop goes on b2.
Another position for my conference tomorrow. I have so many good positions because this
is
is a strategic
board
position
Six.
to analyze the game and find
Board
the best
7,
move. Board,
yeah.
board 9? No, board 7. no?
7.
7, rook takes d4. I have so many positions. So many positions, good and interesting positions. And the ones from yesterday as well. So if any of you live in Sitges or in Barcelona and want to come tomorrow morning, 10:30, I'll do a masterclass for everyone here. And we might be able to learn some new things
I was
altogether.
actually
Be
so
interesting.
surprised, Michael, to have so many people today joining the first chess masterclass. It was a huge room, and it was
Costa did it, no?
almost full.
Costa's quite well known as well, so and he's quite good explaining. So yeah, it's good. Depends. Some years there's more, some years there's less. I did one 2 years ago. There was about 20 persons, but I've seen other ones with less. Depends a lot, not only on the person, but it depends if people are preparing, not preparing. The first rounds they do more, and the latter rounds they do less because people are less tired. So it's always good to get it at the start of the tournament if possible. No? Okay, so he sacrificed, and of course what he wants to do is get back the pawn.
And they push the
And-
pawns
and
then,
start
e5,
running, no?
e6,
With
and
the
you
two
have
bishops,
these
no?
two bishops on the board, they can
Actually
become very
dangerous.
active.
Cristobal came to play with a very sporting blue
Very
t-shirt.
good looking, actually.
Yeah. But I think he's realizing that the position could be slightly dangerous to him. Of course, he's a top world-class player, so I'm sure he analyzed the option, but thought it wasn't so strong. The thing is, where does he go with his rook now? Because he can't go, well, he can't. He could go to a2, but that's giving back the material immediately. Might be his best move, we'll see. I don't think so, but, I mean, who knows? And if not, where to go? Rook a5, rook a4, rook e1, all these moves.
Rook a4 looks quite decent, actually.
Okay, let's go for rook a4.
To hit the knight on b4.
Hitting the knight.
Knight
I was
c6.
thinking knight c6 here. But now, this is a threat. If the pawn on d4 falls, and the e5 pawn rolls, this is super dangerous. Super dangerous, because I'm going to connect with the queen on g6. This is a position that could easily backfire for Toby if he's not careful.
All right, I'm starting to worry here for Black's position, because where the rook really goes after bishop to b2, not so clear.
No, this is dangerous. Maybe he has to give the rook back.
Rook a2?
I'm just gonna check. Or give it back, or just give it here, and do something with the pawn, or take advantage to put a knight. So to do something creative and give back the rook. I think he might have to do that. For example, let's say. Okay, I'm going to go for something a bit creative. Okay, knight to e5. Probably bad, but I just want to see. Take. Oh, you see already. If he takes the rook, I'm sensing that there might be some mating threats here. Maybe check straight away, or maybe first rook takes. But I think that the reason knight e5 is bad is that maybe I can just play bishop takes d4. Yeah.
And after knight g4, just take and
d4,
can get h3.
Take, as long as it's not, because I defend f2, and the dangerous piece is the queen. The queen here is dangerous. Although I don't even see here, but with the queen on a1, there'd be queen g1 and queen h2 mate. The rook can't do that. So if he plays for example, knight e5, white just takes the pawn on d5 and keeps the threats on. So this is not so good. It's a tricky position for Toby. That's what he's calculating now, for sure. Although I think we have Aravint on the screen now. No, we're looking at the game on board 7. If we could get the camera of board 7, and we can see his body language while he's analyzing. So knight c5, e5 is not good. Let's go for the other movement, knight c5. This one doesn't look too good, although not so bad. So we can't put knight here.
I think
so
e5 can be even move after that. e5 and d6 too.
Yeah. So what to do here? h4? h4 could be an idea, because that opens up queen b8 check if he takes. And if not, it opens up the last rank. I'm going to check this move here. Let's see, this move, let's see. Doesn't like it either, computer. But let's see what happens if he takes the rook. I stick in this intermezzo, and then I get the bishop back. And here it's a game. Here it's a game. Here anything can happen. So I think Cristobal will find a way to not move his rook. That's what I'm sensing.
How about if white decides to take the pawn from d4?
Instead of the rook.
Yeah, and then to try to push the pawn e5.
Okay, so this will disappear. And this is the critical position. Yeah, the rook is still hanging. But now I do see certain danger with the rook on a3. combined with queen b8 or knight h5, this sort of idea. There could be an attack on the king. So I'm just speculating here, but let's say rook a3, e5, knight to h5, and now of course we have to go for e6 here. Now, am I crushing here? Look, now how do I win with white in this position? Queen f2, queen c7.
Bishop b2.
Bishop b... I go for queen c7 actually. But it's hard to say. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for queen c7. Come on, let's go in with the queen here. See what happens. Oh, computer doesn't like. So
I wonder what's the move. It's
but
not
when you
so
do when you
clear.
do logical moves and the computer drops down, that gives you an idea that the position is not so easy.
Not so
because
easy.
So maybe it's just something like knight c6 here. Or maybe the move you suggest, bishop b2, or queen f2 check. I actually like queen f2 check now. See where it goes with this thing. Computer doesn't like it. Okay, so we go for d6. Then at the end we need to put the bishop on d5. This is the move for sure. d6,
Bishop d5.
and then stick the bishop on d5 and kill him with the two bishops. So this is very, very dangerous. It's just a selection of moves. Look at Toby. He's really, really concentrating now. He knows the dangers in the position. So we've done just a few random lines. Of course, he's an excellent grandmaster, and he's really analyzing more specifically. I'm just giving general ideas. But with these ideas, we see that if the pawns roll, the two bishops become dangerous. Not so important to get the rook back.
No.
The important thing is to push the pawns.
In this position, the dark square bishop can create way more danger.
Yeah.
On the king side, in the center, then rook on e5.
I agree.
Rook is quite limited. There is not too much of the valid squares for this rook.
I've just got another idea. If the rook goes to a4 and white pushes e5, maybe we knock off the knights.
Oh, knight c6 was
But we
the
were
move
saying this move here, no? Yeah.
Suggestion here. With
Very, 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 very
bishop
dangerous.
d4 idea.
Very dangerous. So what's the move here for black? d3 doesn't make much sense. What's the move for black here? I just don't see it. Oh, I just thought of an idea, but it's probably bad. Knight to g4, take, and then somehow get the queen to h8. I think that's
Jump over
that's just fireworks that are not going to work here. So what to do in this position with black? Oh, Toby's looking for the move. He can't see it either. He's spent 8 minutes already. What to do? Rook e1 and sacrifice something on e4 if need be. Let's see. Let's go rook e1. He'll take on d4. Maybe around here as the defense. But the funny thing is, in this position, the computer says that black does have a move to keep the balance. Could you check? Because I've tried everything and I'm lacking ideas now.
h4. You guessed
The
that right.
h4 move is the correct one, opening up the king. And against bishop takes d4, how
pawn
would it
takes
go?
g3, pawn takes g3.
Pawn takes.
And rook to a4.
And rook to a4. Hitting two pieces. And I suspect that cut knight to c6, we sacrifice the rook for the bishop, I understand, yes?
Yes,
we don't even think about that. No?
I think I lost it.
Well, also,
yes.
he might go, we sacrifice, yeah?
Yes.
And then put a blockade on e5 and hold this position, no?
Give me a second.
Toby can find this.
Actually, he already made a move, and instead of h4, he went right away with rook to a4. But in that line that we have on the board, after knight to c6, the best move is queen to a6.
Queen to a6. Already
Get the queen in the game.
Yeah.
Queen c4 or rook c4 is coming alongside here. This is one idea.
Yeah.
Rook to e2 is another idea.
Yeah.
Now the second rank is weak.
At least,
You have to watch out.
Yeah, at least there's some
Yeah.
tricks here, yeah. So h4 is very important to open up the king.
To
Yeah,
open
I
up
was
the
sensing that could be a move, because if he takes, you don't really worry. And if you take the 7 life, you have extra material, you need to open up the king. This is quite an instructive position as well.
Very
So
instructive. In the game, instead of h4, rook to a4
He played rook to
has
a4.
happened.
This has
That's also a fine move.
And white played rook to knight to c6 immediately.
Knight to 6.
putting back the pressure on the opponent. I like how Ristos is playing here. I think he's playing very enterprisingly. Very enterprisingly. Here we have him on screen. Ristos, what's his surname? Alexios?
Alexiadis.
Alexiadis from Greece, yeah?
Yes.
Greece is also another country who's delivering good potential in players. I'm seeing many tournaments with strong Greek players, whereas traditionally Greece wasn't a country you'd think about with many, many young good players. There were a few grandmasters, Grivas, of course, and I think Mastropoulos. There's 3 or 4, but now there's many, many very good players from Greece. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here. But Toby does seem to be a bit uncomfortable. Only 8 minutes left. It's a tough position for him. Okay, we'll pop back here afterwards. Oh, he's played. Let's stay here then. See what he played. Did he play Rook A2? He went back Rook A2. Yeah, to pin the bishop. Okay. Of course, now there are many moves. Unpin with Queen B1 or Queen C1. Knight takes D4, but really the piece we want on D4 is the bishop.
I think after knight to D4, black is hoping for Queen A4 maybe? Queen trade? And
maybe.
then scan E4 pawn
maybe.
on the A4 rank?
Or even put the knight on E5 and... Yeah, but I like Queen A4. If we get the queens off the board, there's not so much danger. I mean, the pawns are strong, but it's an ending. No, there must be a stronger move here. I sense that here, I'm wondering if it's already E5 here.
How about Queen C1, Queen H6, Knight E7 sort of ideas? Checkmate out there.
Nice.
Queen C1, Bishop D4, E5.
I hit the pawn, and I'm threatened to go here. Nice, very nice. This is the move. Wow. I saw Queen C1 before with the idea to, but I just didn't think much about it. But this is a very strong move. And Christos could find this move. Because if he gets the queen to H6, I thought of this, but I didn't see this extra idea.
Yeah.
Well, Ketty, you should you should be back on the board playing. I mean, come on. You're seeing all the tactics.
For almost 2 years, I was recording daily puzzles almost every week, so I know all these tricks.
You know all the patterns, all the patterns.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna pop back here, but for the moment, I think Ristos, if he finds Queen C1, he could be on the track to defeat a grandmaster. That would be the basic, the biggest upset of the day. But okay, there's still.
Shall we see board 4? Because I think they're about to finish the game.
Okay, so we actually got to this position before.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably a draw because I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do now? B7, A2. I mean, what to do?
What you gonna do? What
you check?
Gonna do when it comes?
I can just go back. Or even stay around here. If you go B7, I go A2, and maybe I don't want to draw anymore.
Yes, bye-bye.
I mean, you put and also careful, because there could be mating ideas as well, so you have to be very careful when you put the king
I don't
here.
like this too risky position for white.
He knows he can easily get a draw just by checking
22
and coming
minutes,
back.
20 minutes more, so he's pressing way too much.
Yeah, but... You know, in some endings, you can easily overpress and then lose because of the increment. If the position is simple, what we were saying before, when you're under huge time pressure, you're analyzing very well because you're fully concentrated. And so you can't really overpress and then lose with the other player with the 30-second increment. Now, this is probably going to be a draw.
Yeah. But here, there's nothing to risk here for white either because you just give checks,
Yeah, but if he does something creative, and stops giving checks and the pawn gets to A2, then you have to be careful that there's not some rook B3 threatening a checkmate or something like that.
And board 3, we do have a move, and quite surprising move. In this position, instead of taking on A4, black decided to push the pawn forward and to play A4.
Wow.
Which, this is the move that I like very much.
Wow.
It's like kind of inviting Rook A4, and then after Rook A4, Knight to E4 will
then
be
we get the tricks
even
that we saw
stronger,
before.
because White's Rook will leave the first rank.
It's a tricky move, because his opponent has 3 minutes only. So Aravind is playing on the clock. He is playing on the clock. because there's so many pieces on the board and his opponent has 3 minutes, he's trying to get his opponent to make a mistake. But of course it could backfire. But with so little time, I think this is a reasonable approach. You can try this. I wonder what white will do here. If he takes, then knight takes e4. But if he doesn't take, the pawn can still keep advancing. Okay, if it does get to a3, then we can capture and control the third rank. Also, Ketty, remember before I was mentioning that, hey, he played rook a3. Now he stops the pawn and controls the third rank. But now I think knight takes e4 is even stronger, as you said before, because rook to d1 will be a threat.
Right.
So Aravind is now taking control of the position and has some chances. Yeah, I actually think he's going to win this game.
Do you think so? Yeah.
Yeah. Because
very well placed pieces
yes,
for black.
yes,
they are
yes.
aggressive, very active.
And the time trouble. I mean, I've been in this situation before where I have an extra exchange but I can't move, and with low on time you make a tactical mistake. I mean, I've been in this situation before. So I'm going to put my money on Chitaram in this game.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What else have we got? Volodymyr is the draw.
We basically got only top 3 boards, 4
Enriquez
boards.
is still fighting. We're controlling this game. We have Vabsanal. This is a draw. And do we have any surprise? I'm going to just scroll down and see if there's any surprise where a weaker player has defeated a stronger player. We're scrolling down. If you find one of these situations, just tell me. But at least in the first 20-something boards, I can't find any surprises.
Not really, yeah.
Aha. Let's see how Miguel is doing. I trained Miguel in the look. Oh, he's going to lose this game. It's a pity. I trained Miguel in the World European. Sorry, the European Youth
World.
in Romania, Mamaia, a month ago. A very good player, very enterprising, very young, very strong, and still improving. But it seems that this one, yeah. Oh, look, a nice tactic to finish off with. Rook takes, check, takes the pawn, gives up the bishop. Nice.
Oof.
He could stop the pawn. Yeah. So because he needs to bring the bishop here to stop the pawn, so he goes f4, take with bishop. Finally,
can I suggest here
it can't
a move?
be stopped. Nice.
If you play knight to d4 check in that position, final position.
Okay.
Knight d4 with the idea to play knight c6, yeah. And if you take the pawn, bishop takes, and I'm controlling.
Okay, but then there is king d3 and
bishop
b3,
b5.
You know? Oh, nice. This is fantastic. I was going to suggest this one and then this one, but this one is great. This is fantastic.
Funny looking move. This can
very
be the
nice,
final.
very nice. One more position for tomorrow. I'm full of, this is a
25.
Look, this could be the position.
Yeah.
So this would be white to play.
It is board 28.
28 and move. I have so many nice positions for tomorrow.
40.
And move 46.
46.
And I'll put Ketty bishop sacrifice to remember. Nice, very nice, very nice, Ketty, very nice. Very nice. Again, it's a last resource. I think he might do it. Because how does he stop the pawn? He has to try it. He has to try it. He doesn't have any other moves.
There is rook with bishop d4 right away.
Bishop d4.
And
can we do this? No.
Knight is
no. So we take.
Yes, we take.
Take.
King d3 and knight c6, but this is lost because
this is lost because of the domination. Yeah.
You get king c4, king c5, and
he'll see the bishop e5, but if the other one is also lost, he might go for it. It's nice. You allow your opponent to finish off the game in nice style, no? And if he doesn't see bishop e5, you might draw. Because I was thinking that this move is not so good because you still have bishop b8. This might still be a win, but it's not totally straightforward. It might still be a win. You know, you put the king on b6 and then play f bishop f4, but it's not. No, but even then, there will be some tricks. So, okay, so Miguel is still fighting there, but he's in trouble. And let's go back. Nothing else relevant, at least at the top boards.
We're gonna have the game Volodar Murzin against Peter
Let's bring this one
Mayer,
back.
just finishing in a few minutes.
So this was like this, take, and now check.
Rook goes on
followed by
h7.
rook here, and then
White's king is way
time
far.
to
and
draw.
if it's even
Time to draw.
close,
Time
there's
to draw. No?
yeah,
Time to draw.
just one pawn.
Let's stay here because I think already the body languages of both
This
players
game is a game of a generation,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
We have with white pieces, very young player, very active player, and with the black pieces we
Yeah.
have. I don't know how much is the age difference, but it is.
So White
there.
tries to exchange rooks here and receives mate. that would be unfortunate, no? That's
One more tactic.
That's what happens when you put the king on a8. Okay, so of course what to do, you know? I would quickly go here. And I suppose Volodar will play rook to d2. And just, or offer a draw, one of the two. Either he offers a draw or he cuts off the king. And tries his best to get to here. But of course, which is the best way to draw here?
Rook h8.
Probably we could
Rook
just
h7.
bombard him with checks. Why not? You could
And then
also
rook
you could also go here.
Oh, you can play rook d7 here. There's no problem with
That's
that.
another good idea. And cross with the king.
Yeah.
But it's just a couple of checks. And then no, they draw. No, they're still playing. And now something like this would be okay. And just go up with.
Follow where the king
He
goes.
might even mate him. If he's not careful. Okay, this is a draw. There's no chance of winning this unless Peter does something which he hasn't done in the whole game. So this is highly improbable. And we're going fast now. Games are finishing.
Games are finishing.
Alavin will be very... Look, he's already got the upper hand with the rook.
On the second board, the second rank, king has to go on g1 now somehow to get closer to the pieces to control the weaknesses on f2,
Now, if he
avoid
plays-
knight
yeah.
g3
If
checks.
he plays h5, h4 now, that would be unbelievable. That would mean that he has total control of the position. If he has time, because of course after this, if he has time to just put the pawn on h4, then he's controlling totally the position. But he could capture here or capture here, because the three moves are good. What does the computer say in this position?
Okay, let's check.
Just for this, I know it's equal, but what sort of moves does it suggest?
It's equal, and there's a bishop e4
Yeah.
first choice.
Take the
There's
pawn.
also a very interesting move, bishop to h5.
To play rook to d1.
Yes.
Nice, nice. Oh, no, but the rook on a3 does stop many different sacrifices. It's not totally clear, this position. I was starting to think of some sacrifices, but bishop h5, Ketty, is not such an easy move to make. You're not even recovering the pawn. I think he'll go for bishop e4, threatening knight h3, and go from there. Both players under 3 minutes. Look, there he goes. He took the pawn with the bishop.
e4 is on the board.
Let's stay here. I think this is the most interesting game of the wars we have. So let's stay with this game. Maybe we can get a close-up of the board. There you go. Nice. Okay. And we can see there 3 minutes against 2. Both players fully concentrated. Antoine means that he did arrive at 2400, but then dropped a bit down. But obviously a very strong player. And now what to do? Queen to g3, okay?
Queen to g3
Okay.
is
Seems
on
sensible.
the board. Ooh,
And queen to
queen
f8, automatic move.
Ooh, I love that. Threatening queen c5 right
And the
now.
rook-
Too many threats.
Ooh.
There's also some sort of ideas like knight f3.
This is getting interesting. No, black is already better now. That's what I was trying to convey before. I mean, he has material bishop and pawn for rook, which is not so bad. He has the attack, he has the initiative, and he's a stronger player. And I've played with him, and I know how he presses in the time trouble of the other player. And actually, I was holding, and in the last seconds, I made my mistake, and he defeated me. He's a very strong player.
He's super strong
won many,
player.
many
Also
very
winner of
many strong
this
players,
tournament, actually, Sunway Chess Festival, 2017.
Some years ago, no? Yeah, so
I
he knows
believe.
what it is to win here. And he's won. It's funny because he's not one of the top elite Indian players. I mean, he's not in the 2700 group, but he still wins many tournaments around the world, which suggests to me that maybe he has sort of an unstable play. Sometimes he plays very well and other times not so good, no?
Yeah,
Because he does win a lot of tournaments.
It's so funny because when you have 2650 rating and you are not top in your country, but for instance in Georgia,
Yeah, I mean...
we
Georgia,
can
yeah.
give him a red carpet
Of course,
if he
of course,
comes,
of course.
and many other
course.
countries too. Michael, we never really had a chance to talk a little bit about the prices. There are many prices.
Yes.
We have many categories, but you can focus mainly on the category A, where we have 24,400.
Wow.
Euro prize fund, and the winner gonna get a 5,000 euro title and a trophy, which is also
5K is
so
not bad.
important.
Not bad for 10 days.
And
Not bad.
Michael was really very, very nice. We do have in this hotel, we do have the photos of
Yes.
all the winners in
the
every
winners.
category. Out there, you can see it, all these 9 years, past 9 years
Very
that
nice.
this tournament has been held. All the winners of that. And I saw yesterday the photo of Gukesh when he won the under 12 category here some years ago.
He
It
was
was many
here.
years
Yeah.
ago. And I could barely recognize him so young. But this is a history that this tournament is creating for the future generation, and that's very good. And you don't only win the prize here, but you
win the legacy. You
yeah.
become part of the hotel. It's a bit like, I think they're trying to do something a bit like, in Linares, the Hotel Aníbal for many years was the host hotel of the Linares famous super tournament. When you went into the Linares host, all the rooms had the names of the grandmasters. The suite was Suite Kasparov.
Oh.
Yeah. And there were photos, there were images,
nice.
there were you were going into the heaven of chess. And here,
wow.
when you go into the hotel, you see all the great players, you see the qualifications. It's a very nice place. You have to come to Sitges. And look, it's a bit dark. Only one sunset today. Yesterday was a 3. But okay, that happens only once a year, so that was yesterday. So he played a3. May not be the best move.
Not so best move here.
But now he has to find a move, and he only has 14 seconds. We need to zoom in now to the clock.
Michael, without taking this pawn back, here Queen c5 would be
would have won before, yeah?
Way better move here.
Yeah.
Threatening rook on b6, threatening knight f3, check.
Oh, this is the idea he probably missed, because he probably thought rook b5, but then check on f3. But in any case, if he goes here, and
Maybe
sacrifice...
Queen f3?
Yeah, that's the problem. There must be something else in this position for black.
Queen d4, perhaps?
Perhaps queen d4. Just keep up the pressure. Yeah. He probably saw this and this, saw it wasn't working, and then went for the other line.
Meanwhile, let's keep the board here, and the fourth board has been ended. And
with a
here
draw,
we
no?
had
Yeah, with a draw.
Morzin against Meister, and the game ended in a draw. So this is very important game. What had just happened?
He just sacrificed. He just gave back the exchange. He was about to lose on time. He was left with 1 second.
He played on the 2 seconds on the clock.
2 seconds, yeah. So he was about to lose on time and just sacrificed and just tried to forget about the situation. The idea behind is that if knight takes, queen g6 check.
Okay.
And he gets back the knight. So there is a trick there. But then I think black can counter with queen to f2. So I think it's good to capture.
Oh, he took that.
Yeah,
he took that.
And he has to resign. The game is over. It's a pity.
Wow.
Now he realizes he'll probably resign. He'll spend 20 seconds and resign because, or he might give the check and then, but there's nothing. Check, take, check, and then Either the rook falls or there's mate down the bottom. No? He'll probably resign. It's a pity. He played very well. But as I said, when there's low on time and the other guy has the initiative and the pieces are flowing, it's very difficult to play those positions. Look, he did queen takes e5.
Yeah,
but now
it's so painful that he plays
Yeah.
so long games so well against super strong opponent, and then one move, because of the lack of the time, can just be brutal in the game.
This is quite interesting. I think it's not correct, but the idea is queen c5 or queen f2, move the king, and if he takes the rook, take on e4 and try and do a perpetual check. But I would be very surprised if this works. The check will come now. We need to go to
King
the
h2, yeah.
and then
Oh,
I'd be
if I
very
take?
surprised if this works. But he might try
Queen
to.
g.
Yeah. But this is just a loss because the a2 pawn is just too strong. But
Queen e3.
You can hold a bit, but I just consolidate
Queen
with
d6,
check
yeah.
and finally go a2. So look, moves have been played.
Queen f2 has been played, yeah.
King h2. Yeah, I understand that instead of resigning, he goes for this option, and because you never know what you might find down the road. So, and now Aravin just has to calculate: should I take the rook, or is this something stronger? But
He has a good 2 minutes on the clock. He will
for
use
example,
his time.
I'm sensing that this could be a very strong move as well, knight to f5, because you still hit the rook. And
Knight
you throw knight to
f3,
f3.
threaten, yeah.
So knight to g5 looks very strong. I'm going to put it just to see if it's bad. Yeah, this is another winning move. So he has this is actually even strong. Well, both are winning. So
Both are winning.
I think if
Because
you
the
see
a3 pawn, it's so advanced.
Exactly.
The,
Without
the
that
position
pawn-
and endgame, it's so super easily win. But knight g5 is a beautiful move.
yeah, but I personally think he'll take the rook because he'll see that he's blocking with queen g6, and then he'll just he doesn't need to find. Imagine you play knight to g5 and then the other guy finds some rook takes
h6,
x6 or
Oh,
he played
no,
it.
he
played
got
it.
knight g5.
He played it. It's nice move. It's a fun move, no? It's one of the moves that the opponent remembers. Wow, he didn't even eat my rook, no? I had to resign with equal material.
That's so bad position that the opponent is not even taking your free rook,
That's
right?
tough.
That's really
But
tough.
okay, it's very sensible, and there's no
King
move
h2.
now. What to play? By the way, the bishop is also hanging. It says rook, bishop, and knight f3. So no chance. You have to resign.
Serious
Now
threats,
this is a resigning position. So we'll stay here and probably see how Antoine extends his hand, because I just don't see a move.
And even if you move your queen away, somehow guard the rook.
too many
Knight
pieces.
f3,
Queen
queen
C-
g1 is a checkmate.
Queen
f1.
c3 is the only idea I can see. This one here. At least it guards the square here, but you can check anyway.
Gonna win
It's
the
lost.
queen.
It's lost. What did he do? Was there a move?
There was a move.
Rook b3. Okay. Okay. That's okay as well. But he just captured the bishop, and this is I mean, what to do here, no? Queen g3 a2.
Knight f3 still on the board.
Knight
Is a
f3 is still
threat.
on the board. I mean, this is yeah, he resigned.
And a hand
He
check.
played very well.
Good
I mean,
game, yeah,
although he
good
lost,
game.
I think Antoine did a great job. And he mentioned there's something about rook a3. And they're discussing that, because he mentioned the rook a3 was not a good move, and Aravin mentioned something about rook b2. So, yeah, that's nice to them to discuss a bit after the game until the arbiter comes quickly and says,
Yeah.
"Stop, stop, stop."
Out!
They should be more. I understand they're doing their job, but they have to realize that after 4 hours playing, you need to give a bit of time, as long as the players are not raising their voice.
Yeah.
Just a bit of time, just because we need to release this. It's 30 seconds, but we need to release this tension. Some arbiters don't realize this. Most do, but some don't. Okay, what to do?
Oh, well, now this is the end of the day. There
Yeah.
are no players probably around.
Cristobal
But
Prince
when
as
there
well.
is someone playing around, what I really don't like, when the player shushes you, that's so ugly.
Yeah.
I don't like
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah.
so much.
Did this game finish?
Board 7
basically
is
the
still
last
in
game.
progress, yeah.
Still in progress, no? So they're here. What's happened here?
Queen
Okay, so
C1 has
he
been
he
played.
played
H4 also has been
Wow, he
played.
found Queen C1, E5. Okay, take, and here something went wrong. This is a bad move. So what do you have to do here? Give back knight takes pawn, give back rook takes bishop, do something. Do something here. And this, what happens with this? Take the knight. Maybe he was thinking of coming in here.
Could be.
But then queen h6, no? And a rook takes bishop, knight to e7. So he went here. Knight to b4, hitting the rook. Because if he captures the pawn with the bishop, then maybe queen e2 does work. And he comes on the counterattack. So he hit the rook. And now the problem is, it's 42 seconds left only for Toby. And this is a threat. And it's 2 pieces for a rook and a pass d4 pawn, d5 pawn. This is lost for black. This is lost. It's unfortunate, but white has played very, very well this position. Which was this one? This game was number 4?
This is game 7.
Game 7.
And the brilliant move
Rook takes
was
d4,
rook
no?
d4.
Yeah. I have enough positions for tomorrow. This is a nice position, very nice position. Very nice position. What to do now with black? I mean, what did he do? He played, let's see, if we can zoom on the board.
Rook a4.
Okay, 4.
Bishop takes
d4 immediately. Knight h5, trying to keep something up. And now white has to think what to do. Either knight c6, maybe queen c3. Okay, so it's 2 pieces for a rook and a pass pawn. This is clearly winning. But Toby is going to try and create some chances on the king side, specifically targeting the g3 pawn. So I would suggest queen to c3 here, defending both pieces, protecting here, and then as soon as possible, push the pawn up the board. That would be my suggestion. Another idea would be knight to c6.
Knight c6, queen h6. Queen h, why not queen h6 right away?
Queen h6 right away. I do threaten mate on h8. That is true. That is true.
f6
He'll
and
play
d6.
f6, d6. Wow.
He goes for it.
He's being crushed.
Yeah.
f6 he played.
d6.
And now you're d6. Wow. But queen e2. But then queen takes g6.
Knight d5.
Oh. He gave his hand.
Wow.
Gave the major
What
upset
a
of the day.
game.
Yep. And he played fast. He was so fast.
At some point, white just started to be the only one on the board who was playing the moves.
That was it was fantastic. I actually, it would be nice for him to come down and talk to us maybe at some other point. But Ristos played a wonderful game here, wonderful game. Especially he just after this position here, because the position was complex up to here. It was just complicated. Anything could happen. And he found this idea, this sacrifice idea, and just went. It's half positional,
So
half
difficult to
tactical.
spot it out as well, because we were also suggesting that to improve queen's position, queen
Yeah.
a8 is such a natural move.
Such a
Would
natural
think
move.
that the
Yeah,
bishop
yeah.
on d4 in the center, which is so well protected,
Yeah.
would be captured. But
But
well,
it
I
makes
think
a lot
it
of sense. It
happens.
makes sense.
Yes.
Punish the bishop, get that bishop off the board. It's in the center of the board. It's worth the same as the rook, and you get 2 pass pawns. When you see it, it makes sense. The thing is, are we good enough to spot it and also do it? Sometimes you see it, but you're afraid to do it, no?
Right.
Well done, Ristos. Very nice game.
Wow, all the top boards are done. I think all the games are done. Maybe
That
even
is-
dinner is done. But
It was a nice
we have
round,
to
a nice
we have
round.
to summarize the day. First board, the key game of not only on this tournament but nowadays in the chess world. There's a big question: who will qualify for the candidates tournament? Is it Veslisov or Lenier Dominguez? Dominguez made here a draw on the first board. Now he is a bit farther from his goal.
Yeah.
He needs to win more games.
We'd say he took a step back, It was unfortunate that he couldn't defeat his opponent. But I think, sincerely, Ketty, I think his opponent played a very good game, and the draw was well deserved. And I'd even go to say that Lenier would be the first to say that. I mean, the draw is good. He deserved the draw. The opponent. He played a very good game.
The game was crazy.
We even
actually,
saw
I was
some
starting
positions.
to worry about his position so
There was
much.
moments when we thought Lenier could be walking a very tight rope. So the draw is good. Many other clear victories. Quite a few draws already. We did say that today there'd be tough pairings. And as we've just seen, the main upset of the afternoon, the defeat of seed number 7, Cristobal Enrique 2600 with black against Ristos Alexidis. And tomorrow, third round, Kitty, what are we going to see tomorrow in the third round?
Oh, we're going to see even stronger players getting on the top boards now.
Grandmaster against Grandmaster, maybe, tomorrow?
Yeah,
Possibly.
very likely,
Possibly.
we're going to have that. Today we had like 2300, 2400.
Tomorrow we're going to get 24, 24 to 50, 25.
Yes, for sure.
So tomorrow, maybe there'll be one or two underdogs, going into the group. But basically, all the 2 out of 2 players are seasoned grandmasters and very strong international masters. That will be tomorrow.
There will be everything tomorrow. We are starting as usually at 4:30 local time, Central European time. We're going to have very nice background view of the beautiful seaside here in Sitges, and we're going to be coming back tomorrow. So guys, thank you so much for today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.